Amazing.
Welcome to everybody. Welcome to everybody watching at home. We're just getting ready to get started.
And I'm gonna. We should set up a table at the end. Or... What? Oh yeah, just give him a call and just see if he can. Oh, thanks, Doll. So, and I can't go any further than up here. This is going to be. Yeah, that's why I'll be, because I don't pay attention. I'm just like AGD. Hey, look. Walking around the crowd. Yeah, walk right up, and it's just a big crunch truck. Nice. Nice one, Mike. Way to go. Yeah? Okay. These are just some notes for myself, so I'll, no. Yeah? Hey, Alistair. I wish you could be here. I know you're, what is he, multitasking with the game on?
Yes.
Okay. What time is it right now, bro?
We have 5 minutes.
Okay. People will be rolling. You know it's a gold medal.
Oh yeah,
you know it.
Only you put on the gold.
I'm like, I know yesterday that's what they said because we announced yesterday that we're gonna also do this in a live Google Hangout. So it's literally streamed live this morning, and Dr. Michelle did it, and we were just, and someone's going gold medal game, and I'm like. Oh, 7, 9, it'd be close. We'll see.
Okay, so Mike asked
Okay, awesome. We'll be able, and what we'll be able to do is try to, like, probably find while we're doing this stuff. So. Yeah, I think Jamie's
It's warm, but it's like it's not as light as a regular sweater, so yeah. It's my little place for today. I got some Christmas actually, so I'm not sure. I think it says Pennington's on the tag. Yeah, and it curves. So it covers, yeah. And my thumb. Keep that one. Yeah.
It was,
Where they haven't announced it.
She actually with the drawing, yeah, so I'll let you know. And I've driven it a lot, I've driven it a day after day. Yeah, so every time I drive, you know, oh, here's a corner. So, and it's harder in the winter because there's all that I drive it every day. I go down to Wisdom Church on 401. Mississauga, Brampton, Hilton. Well, yeah. Yeah. It's like yeah. I live so good, so I'm fortunate. There's something. I'm crazy to go down. It takes me 3 hours. Hopefully that's where I'm going. I've been doing this almost 2 months. Yeah. 2 months now. As well as so, you know, I'm figuring this is the sweet stuff. You? It's sweet.
Like, what do you think about? Was he talking about this? Like that? Maybe he needs something like that.
I wanted to introduce you to the Ice Body Champion.
Just talk like that, and you're not standing.
This is Tanya. How you guys doing? And this is Kellyanne's sister-in-law, Lorraine. This is Storm and Tanya. And they are been in here for like day 1. Yeah. She's the reason I'm here. Can I carry your suitcase? Can I carry it all in? Because we're sitting right here.
Oh, are you? Oh, that's just good. No, this is just going to be a live feed. So. Oh, are you? And you know what I can do is
Peter, I've met Mike before.
Have you met him?
Yeah, we had a good talk. Are you asking?
That's all area on the floor. No, do you? You're good right here? Okay, because if you want, I'll take out 2 rolls so we can have the whole area. Okay. Hey, Jake.
Shrinking.
Sorry.
You're doing it for you. There you go. That's why we're here. Get your brother's name. You are not, but you're not the person. I knew you are not. He is his name. So you're going to continue.
There's things like this.
And it's a gift from me to be that for you. Now I'm not only going to do that. You're going to be like,
Hi. All right, everybody. If everybody can grab your seats, we are going to get started. All right. Well, first of all, good morning, everybody. I want to welcome everybody and thank you for coming out to this morning's event. We're just coming really off of an amazing event with Susan Sly, and that's why we're here. We're here to recap kind of some of the amazing information that we're taught and trained on yesterday. But first of all, anybody get up early to watch the Gold Cup game? All right, so far, yeah, it's 2-0. It's 2-0. 3? All right. Marcel, I just want to let you know I need minute-to-minute updates. All right, this is good. But first of all, everybody, this is a really exciting event because we really want to thank Dr. Michelle Staton because I want to let you know she set up the fact that we are on live feed, so there are people all over in the Isagenix community in different countries as well as Canada that are watching this training live. So everybody say good morning. Good morning. All right. So once again, it's my pleasure to just let you know that what you're going to learn today, we took 8 hours of an intensive workshop. Literally, I think it was about a 20-minute lunch with the amazing Susan Sly, and there's a lot of other people that contributed to the training. But what we're going to get today is going to be, you know, probably about 4 hours of intensive training. And just one of the things that I want to share with you is that we're probably going to take one 10-minute break. It's going to be a working. We really want to empower you guys with as much information and skills that we learned from yesterday. So just covering, once again, for those who don't know me, I apologize. My name is Mike Dallaire. I've been with Isagenix for about 4.5 years. You know, my beautiful bride, Robin Bigley, couldn't be here this morning, but we're at this event together yesterday, and we're just excited. Like I tell you, I've never been more jacked about where Isagenix is going and the possibilities of this maxed out. And it literally is that. It was a full skill set. And Susan Sly, just to give you some background, she's on her 3rd re-entry. And what that means, she's maxed out 2 centers and will be maxing out her 3rd, I believe, in the next 90 days. And she showed us exactly what to do to get that done. And it's absolutely amazing. So once again, the key thing is yeah, you know what? The success that you can have is pivotal, but it's all based on systems. It comes down to systems and skills that you have. There are certain skill sets that are required, you know, to do anything very well. And in this business, you want to master specific skills and get systemized. If you're not systemized, you're just going to get frustrated, and you're going to wonder, why is my business not moving? Because, you know, just to quickly think about it, we're always looking. If you want to grow your business, we want to find business partners. We want to find people who are going to lock arms with us and say, yeah, I want to go with you. You know, I see the possibility of absolutely, you know, radically changing the quality of my life, either from a health perspective or from a wealth perspective. And we could do that. But when they say, okay, great, John, how do I get started? What do I do? You've got to know. It's got to be cookie cutter. It's got, all right, this is where we're going to go. And that's what we're going to cover today is some amazing systems. And like we see here, you're going to see it's, you know, what are we doing to recruit? Recruiting is absolutely one of the #1 skill sets that you want to have in this business. It's going to propel you. 3-way calls, we're going to be talking about booking appointments. Very important. We are professionals. Everybody in this room is a professional. No matter what level you're coming in at. If you're new, you want to come into this as, you know what, I want to be the best. So we're going to talk to you about how to book appointments, a 3-step system
as well as how to launch your new associates. And we have a step-by-step process to launch your new associates that if you follow every one of those 8 steps, you're 80% more likely that they will refer other people and come in with more people, which in turn is really exciting. So they're going to create consultants. And of course, the other thing that we're going to be talking about, the importance of getting your people paid. And this is really key, because the only way to really become successful in this business is to help other people build successful businesses. So right now, you've got to shift that mindset to thinking, okay, it's not just about me, it's about getting my people paid. When people come in, you want to help get them paid, and that in turn is going to really boost your income. So on that note, one of my amazing mentors, Jimmy Smith, the #1 income earner in Isagenix, he always used to say, be willing to do today what others won't, so you can do tomorrow what others cannot. And that's what we're going to be asking you to do. We're going to be asking you to step outside your comfort zone, but I like to rephrase it in a different word. When we talk about maxing out a center, we're talking about earning, $13,500 a week. That's $702,000 a year. So I'd like to ask you, what would you be willing to do if you knew you can earn that type of income? Not what do I have to do? It's a total different shift in your mindset. What would you be willing to do if you knew you can get yourself to that level and max out that center? And we're seeing people max out centers. This training, just to let you know, this training was just done a few months back in Australia. Susan Sly, that was the first place that she presented this training. And even over the last 2 months, the 8 to 10 weeks since she's left Australia, you may have heard of names like Peter Kelly. We've got people that are maxing out centers that are going from like a 5-star, 100 cycles to 250 cycles. People are just absolutely taking their businesses from 2, 4, 5 cycles up to 40, 50, 60 cycles in a matter of 2, 3 months. It's amazing what can be done when you get systemized. So anybody jacked about getting maxed out? All right. Okay. So one of the key things is we can't, we tend to make our business complicated. And what you want to do is literally, let's just keep it simple. And I love it. Jimmy Smith always says, don't complicate my business. Keep it simple. And when we're looking at this, distractions, if we're really going to launch over the next 90 days to transform your business and absolutely take this as a team and just explode this and really move your income, what you're going to have to do is remove all the distractions. We're all busy. I have 4 children living at home from ages 2.5 to 16. All right? There's a lot of distractions there. That's like going from Anbesol to Midol in the snap of the fingers, right? It just absolutely can change so quickly. But we're having conversations with our family. We're talking to them. We're preparing ourselves. And when you really want to try to eliminate the distractions that are going on. But the key thing is we've got to go back to the basics. There's basics that get you paid. And we're going to talk about income-producing activities and the skill sets that are really going to generate income for you. So it's going to be fast-moving today. Hope you brought pen and paper because we're really going to move. We've got an amazing playbook that Susan Sly has put out. We tried to get it out on Facebook last night to print it and bring it if you could. If not, it's available to print. Absolutely amazing. Nobody else has this in Isagenix worldwide. She put it, it's called the 3-Star Playbook. And you're going to understand the importance of getting to 3-star, which is a 6-figure income. How many people in this room would love to earn a 6-figure income part-time with Isagenix? Awesome. All right. And the other thing is, as leaders, everybody in this room is a leader. When you're inviting people in to join you in this business, the key thing about this is we have to set the example. We have to, basically duplicate. We have to show our team what we're doing. It's a known fact. Your team will do 50% of what you do and 100% of what you don't do. So you want to make sure that you're duplicating yourself. Get systemized, and it's just going to become cookie cutter so that when they come in, you don't have to be the person who has to hold their hand the whole time through this business. Our job is to make, you know, as trainers, if you're joining us, our job is to make you as independent as quickly as possible in this business so that you can take off, and then your job is to make your people as independent as possible. Does that make sense? So it's got to be duplicatable systems. So keeping it simple, let's look at this. A lot of people think about the rank advancements. We know, you know, when we look at manager, literally that's just, to go manager, that's just 6 people cleansing. That's it. And to go director, that's 18 people cleansing. And executive, 30. 30 people to go executive, to get to the highest rank in Isogenics where you can play for all the money. And when you look at that, just 6, 18, and 30. You know, but a lot of people think, wow, you know, executive, and they, you know, they overcomplicate it. So let's just break it down to bare numbers, and it's amazing because we've got people that are going executive before they're done their 30-day cleanse, because they're just inviting people along with them. So, and when you're talking about business volume, maxing out, when we've got a right leg, you know, we've got a right team, a left team, and what you want to do is just know that the business volume, when people are ordering products, you want to know to max out a center, you need, every week, you need 75,000 business volume on one team coming through, and 150,000 on your other team. You know, those are the numbers. As business owners, it's very important for you to start learning these numbers and realize that's where we want to get. All right, so let's just keep it simple when it comes to the numbers. And once again, to achieve a solid max out. When we talk about earning a 6-figure income, that's a 3-star golden circle level. So that's 40 cycles a week. Okay, that'll give you over $100,000 a year. So now, if you really want to max out a center, all we're saying is that literally invite people along and help 3 people on one of your legs get to 3-star. Help them earn a $100,000 a year income. And help 6 on your other team, and you're going to max out the center. So it's not about yourself personally going out and getting, you know, 1,000 people. 9 people. You help 9 people, and they don't even have to be personally enrolled to you. You help 9 people create a 6-figure income, create a residual income that's going to pay you over 7. Does anybody in this room, if you went out and asked your friends and family and say, I'm looking to help 9 people create a 6-figure income, you know, do you think you can find someone? Is that a lofty goal where you're saying, wow, because we're jacked. I know that's Robin and I have a goal to help 9 people in the next year create a 6-figure income. So, you know, just something to think about. It's just 9. It's amazing. So, without further ado, we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of this training that we had yesterday. It was absolutely phenomenal, and it's my pleasure to bring up our first keynote speaker. She is a 6-figure earner. She also runs an amazing practice in Barrie. She's a chiropractor, but most of all, she's an amazing mom. She's an amazing wife, and my wife Robin and I become great friends with her and her husband Alistair, and I got to tell you, she is building such a powerhouse of a team, and I'm telling you, you're going to want to get your pencils ready because what she's going to be covering here is going to be literally one of the most key components to you moving yourself forward and your team. So let's put a round of applause together for Dr. Michelle Dickey.
Well, welcome to everybody at home and to everybody here. This is what the 3-star playbook looks like. I know not everybody here had had a chance to print that out, but that is what it looks like in the back office. And in Success website. So I'm really excited today to talk about something that really is actually a passion of mine, and I feel like has been one of the key things to building my own business. And I never really knew what it was at the beginning until over the last year, thanks to people like Peter Kelly and Susan Sly, they've really made us take a look more deeply into that, and that's your why. And you know, when we're really thinking about why and why are we doing this, sharing the products, you know, it's really the most integral part of our business. And Simon Sinek, he really helped start all of this with what he calls the golden circle. And so I will draw it here. So we have our why, how, and what. And in business, you know, most people, what we do is we start with the what of things, right? So we lead with the products, we lead with what's going on, you know, what's the result, what's happening with things. And we don't lead with the why we're actually doing it. And that's really one of the most, I think, pivotal mistakes we can make, because the why is what's what our belief is. It's our purpose. You know, the how is the strategies that we're going to do it, and these are the results. And when you look at the research, if you look at the other circle, and I'm not going to go into this in great detail, but it does tie back to our brain and biology. And this neocortex correlates to this outer circle of the brain, and the inner is our limbic. And why we have to talk about that is because the limbic system is really our feelings. It's our trust and loyalty factor. And if you look at where it correlates to in this circle, it's the why and the how. You know, that's what builds trust, loyalty. That's what drives our behavior. And the neocortex is really the facts and figures, but it doesn't drive our behavior. So if we want to really impact a lot of people, and we really want to share the Isagenix journey with people, we have to lead here, the why and the how, the limbic system, where people are making decisions. You know, because people are going to align themselves with people that they believe, in what they believe, right? And that's this, the why and the how, okay? And I think with Isagenix and with building your business, sometimes we can be afraid to share our why, you know, because our whys can be really personal. They can be so intimate, and they should almost bring you to tears. You know, this is the driving factor, you know, the purpose. And that's what we want. We want that passion, that inner why to be so strong in you that you have that unwavering belief to share. And so what we need to do is we need to create really that personal why we're doing this, and we also have to create this inviting, intriguing why that we can share with the rest of the world. You know, my personal why might be, you know, to help my family, you know, be debt-free and to retire, as Peter Kelly says, to retire her mom. She might have, you know, more of a inviting, intriguing one, where I have one where, you know, I want to help women have the ability to make more choices in the future. Do they want to stay in the job they're in? Do they want to be at home with their families? Do they want to make an impact in different people's lives? That's one that I'm going to share openly versus that personal one that's deep inside. It's that personal one that's going to drive you every day. It's going to be the one that gets you up in the morning and makes you want to do this 90-day game plan. And it's going to make you want to play full out. And really, this has been a driving force for my business. And now, you know, thanks to this great training, I really do have a system and a reason and a kind of framework to build it for everybody else, and to really zero in more deeply into my own why and to really figure out what's driving me. And that's what we all have to do. In the playbook, and a lot of people have seen this, on page 11, if you have it with you, it's getting to your why. And you can see here that it's spelled out the why, what do you believe, the how you accomplish it, and what is what you do, right? And this sheet right here is a great building block to start with, but you really need to spend time on this. This is not a 2-second and a whip something together and that's it. This is going to be my driving force. This is something you have to really put some thought and think about it. And you know, for some people, it's thinking about values that they have. Are your values family? Are they integrity? Are they loyalty? Are they, you know, helping people achieve health? What values do you have? You know, for some people, they're going to drive their why to, you know, some challenge that they're facing right now that they need to overcome, right? And this is something that you need to maybe jot down some ideas and then start to narrow it in. And it's really important because we all really have an innate feeling or an innate drive in our body to connect with people. And we all want to belong to something and to somebody. And when we belong and when we're connected, we feel safe, right? And that is a feeling that we want to repeat over and over in our body. You know, think about when you feel safe with your loved ones, with your family. I mean, it creates a feeling in us that we want over and over again, and that's a feeling that we'll pay for. It's a feeling that we want to align ourselves with. And that is what's going to be, that feeling is what's going to secure people in your business. It's what's going to drive your business. So it really is that integral part. So I know we have a couple of minutes, is that right, Mike, to work on our whys? And so I think if everybody could just take 5 minutes, I know not everybody has this, but to really think about why they are doing this business. You know, what is your, you know, reason why? And maybe for some people that are here that have their why, maybe somebody would like to also share their why so they can hear it. Does anybody? No? Write it down first? Okay. I'm hearing to write it down.
Yeah, this is so fun. Yeah, please do. Is it over?
Okay, so I think we've had some time to write out some of our reasons why here. And the thing that you have to really take it back from is this is really your passion. This is your driving force. This is what gets you excited every day. And this has to be something that you can get excited behind, because you have to be in integrity as well. And people can see through some, you know, fake why or some, just lip service, that you're just saying something just to say something to feel like you're creating some why. You really have to have that passion. And even for myself, when I started this business, I wasn't making any money, and Tina was one of the first people I talked to, and I said to her, look, I have some great products, I have a great business, I have looked at it, I love it, I'm really in the process of helping 10 people create a 6-figure income. I want you to be one of them. And I had such passion, and I knew I was going to do this, and it attracted great people like Tina into my business right away. So let's maybe just have 2 people share. Janie, go ahead. Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm a bit of a cold, so I'll try and be loud. But thanks, Michelle. And thanks, everyone at home. We hear there's about 47 or 57 people watching, and I'm sure there's going to be more joining us throughout the day. So just really happy to be here. And the piece yesterday that Susan shared with us, and Michelle's done such a great job at replaying, really struck a chord for me. And I really wanted to, in my journey of been doing this for about 5 years now, and when I started, my why was really, my inclusive why was, I want everyone to be healthy, right? I just was sick and tired of seeing people suffering. And so that's where I went. But as my journey evolved, my why has changed to be something so much bigger and more powerful. And what I have witnessed over the last 5 years is the power of this business and what it can do for families and bringing people home. And so when I'm sharing why I do this with people, I'm really explaining to them that my vision is to help bring families home. And I have seen that, and what that has done for our family. And Kevin has the ability now to choose to go to work. He loves being a chiropractor. He used to have to go to work, and now he has that choice, which is awesome. But for so many families, imagine what that would be like to say, hey, wouldn't it be great to bring your best friend home and to, watch your kids grow up before your eyes? And so sharing that vision with people and saying, just imagine what it would be like if you could, retire from that job and really partner with us and be there for your kids. And it really becomes such a huge vision that you can share with people, and sharing that why makes it so much more beyond yourself, but a broader scope.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But Jane, I think that's a great point you just made up, actually, is that your why does affect. So for the new people that are here, your why might be, just kind of at the starting block. And for people who are further on the journey, your why is going to evolve into, something as you become a different person as well. So maybe let's just have one other person quickly share their why, because when we say it out loud, is anybody willing and open to share today? Team? Oh.
No, go ahead.
Okay, come on up. No, come on. Yes?
Hi, I'm Erin.
Welcome, Erin.
My why, I guess, I feel so good. I've started taking the product. I feel included. And I have so many people in my life who are tired, don't feel good, and I don't feel good like I do. So I want to share it with everybody and help them to feel good and have choices.
Awesome. Thank you. Fantastic. Well, thank you for sharing. And I am going to bring back, well, Mike. The slides should come up here, but Mike's going to carry on and share us some great stuff. So,
awesome.
Mike.
Give it up for Dr. Michelle. Okay, so and I think the piece that Michelle's covering was really key, because once again, remember that people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And so when you're really looking at, why am I doing this business? Why are people going to be inspired to join you in a business? When you talk about, we're going to change literally hundreds of thousands of lives from a health perspective. We know that. We've got world-class products. Amazing. But also when you have that dream or that desire to help empower other people, to create another income so that they can live a life by their own design, and that's truly what you can do. In 4.5 years, we're able to absolutely change where we are in our life. And we are so excited because last year you know, when you think about it, we get more excited actually about the business opportunity now than anything, because last year, my wife and I were so excited because we assisted our business partners in putting over $400,000 into their family budgets last year. Now that's making some changes. Yeah, that's something that, honestly, you know, when we're getting phone calls, thank you so much. You know, whether, and some of those people, maybe it's just an extra 500, maybe 1,000. You know, we've got people making 15,000. You know, it's really making a drastic change. So that's what you have in the palm of your hands here. So when we talk about really, why are you doing this? Sometimes you struggle. Whoa, you know what? Maybe I just want to make, you know, when we just joined, I just wanted to make an extra $500,000 when my wife was off on mat leave. Honestly, because we looked at it and we went, wow, we didn't see the whole opportunity here. You know, I was a bit closed-minded, and we looked at that from a standpoint of, wow, you know what, that'll cover the van payment, awesome. Let's look at this as a part-time job. But when you see what this company is doing globally, and the fact that you can come into this business with no previous experience, it doesn't matter the educational background, the work experience, anything that you have, your age, race, religion, anything doesn't matter. If you come into this and you're just willing to become a student again and really look at this business and say, I'm willing to put in hard work, then you get paid for your production. It's not about, it's totally breaking from that mindset of, I've got to go out and work 9 to 5 for 40 years so that they can give me a 40% pension, which, quite frankly, that doesn't exist anymore. You know, it's amazing what you can actually do with this industry. So, once again, that's something, your why is constantly going to change. It's going to evolve. You're going to get more and more excited. And what you want to do is, you know, think about it. The more money you make, the more excited you get, right? Wow, now, and you start thinking, because, you know, just give you an example, we used to dream about renting a cottage, never owning a cottage. But as our income started growing, then wow, you know, our beliefs started growing. So one of the things I really encourage you to do is share your why with other people and find out what they're doing. Hey, why are you doing this? What, you know, what really gets you excited? What gets you up in the morning and keeps you up late at night? What is it that excites you about this business? And hearing from other people is one of the things that gets us excited and really shapes our why. It's not like, wow, no, you know, no, I want to steal John's why, but I'm like, wow, that's great. No, when you start thinking about different people who want to make an impact globally, you know, maybe in their own community, donating, you know, like one of our goals right here in Barrie is to get a suite at the Barrie Molson Center for the Barrie Colts game. Huge hockey fans. And my daughters are really excited about it, because what we want to do is donate that box. Every second game is to underprivileged kids. You know, so where they get to come in, enjoy a game, and my daughters are going to be like, yeah, the popcorn's coming in between this period, and we're getting, you know, it's just going to be a great experience for these children to enjoy a hockey game and just take it all in. And that's something that we're really excited to do. You know, different things like that. So you can give locally or globally, get involved with different missions. But huge, huge piece. Thank you so much for that, Michelle. All right. What I'm really excited to present to you now is, and we're going to be talking about getting back to the basics and really looking at what are the skill sets that we need and to develop. So when we're looking at you know, the systems that we need, the first one up here we're going to talk, you know, you're going to see 30-second story, and then there's prospecting. You've got to develop your story. What is your story? And we're going to go through that. We're going to walk you through step by step how to create a 30-second story, not a 30-minute story that you're going to put people to sleep with, right? Our whole job is to just generate interest with people. The whole goal is to just tell people enough so they say, well, pardon me, tell me more about that. I'm interested, right? And then prospecting. Prospecting is, you know, where do I find people to talk to? That's literally what we're talking about. Okay? And then we're going to be talking about handling objections, launching a new associate, and we're basically only going to cover the top 4 today, along with a couple other pieces of great information near the end of the day. All right? So let's talk about prospecting. Okay? And one of the key things that you want to know is that you always have to be prospecting and personally enrolling. As a business person, if you want your business to move, you should be looking at personally enrolling 2 to 4 people every month. Every month. And the key thing is, you know, when other people are joining you with your team, what you want to do is you want to be prospecting with them. And what that means is we've got to learn to set our people up for success. What I mean is it's very frustrating because people come in with different levels of skill set. Agreed? Like, as a police officer, for 21 years, you know, I communicated, you know, my job was communicating with people. So maybe my skill set in communications is different than someone who worked another type of job where they're in front of a computer all day and really didn't interact with people. Does that make sense? So what we want to do is we want to prospect with our people. So rather than saying, okay, great, you got your stuff, now go out and go talk to 10 people, they get back to me and they're thinking, wow, what do I say? How do I say it?
So you're not talking about people who just want the product, like you're putting people on who just want the product. That's not your 2 to 4 a month. You're talking about 2 to 4 a month who want to be done.
No, actually, no, and that's a great question. And for those at home who didn't hear that question, the question was, is it 2 to 4 people who are just business builders, or can they be product users? No, absolutely product users, because that all adds to business volume. So what's going to be great is the more often you talk to people, even about the product, you know, what happens is they have a great experience, and after 30 days, and usually it's within a couple weeks, do you notice that how many people here were really excited about their results on the products? And how many people in the room told somebody else what they were feeling? Okay, that was pretty much the whole room, just for you people at home. And I'm just going to grab the water. So to answer that question, absolutely not. But one of the great things that happens is when they have great experiences on the product, they start telling other people. And it's amazing. A lot of people will tell you, I don't want to do this as a business. You know, I just love the products. But yet, they'll tell a whole bunch of their friends about the products, and they just want to do it for the products. But let's be real, people. They're doing the business, right? Does that make sense? They are. So if you had, yeah, so 2 to 4 people absolutely a month that are, you know, whether they're product users or if they want to join you in the business. Absolutely. Really, really key. And that's what, and when we're getting back to talking about prospecting with your people, it's setting them up. So, you know, what we're learning here today, I really want you to look at it from a perspective of, hey, you know, my new people that are coming in, let's get together and I'm going to go over some of this with them. So that's how you should also be taking notes. And we're going to be able to practice with it. But one of the best ways, you know, to connect, what we found is, I love this CAPI method, and it's C-A-P-I. And what you want to do is look at this from a perspective of C stands for creating common ground. And understand that people will get started with you. You know, usually you've got to create that common ground. You've got to create some type of a trust factor. People are not going to join you unless they know you, like you, and trust you. And sometimes you can create that common ground and that rapport very quickly. Sometimes it might take a bit longer. But what the whole common ground is just, you've got to learn to start communicating with people and take a genuine interest in other people. So in other words, it's not about, you know, in our business, we know we got to grow. Okay, if you have the mindset of I got to go out and get people, you know, that's really going to be transmitting. And people are, how many people like, you know, being gotten or being sold to? So what you want to do is generate interest, and what you have to do is have a genuine interest in other people and ask questions. When you take a genuine interest as to what people want, and you're asking, so how are things doing? What do you know, now this time of year, some people are going to be talking about, you know, getting ready for summer. You know, it's after the new year. A lot of, you know, the big fad diets are out. People are talking about after the holidays, losing weight, whatever it might be. But if you ask questions about, you know, the different areas of their life, you know, family, friends, you could talk about their job, you could talk about what do they do for recreation, what, you know, what has meaning in their life. You could talk about money, you could, any of those things. When you realize that when you start asking questions, people are going to answer you, and guess what? Everybody in this room and everybody at home, we're entrepreneurs, and we solve people's problems for a profit, right? And with this company, do we have solutions? Yeah, we've got amazing solutions. We've got solutions for weight loss, we got solutions for energy and performance, we got solutions for healthy aging, we got solutions for wealth creation. So when you're asking questions and someone's telling you, yeah, you know what, you might see them and they're like, I'm dragging my butt, I'm tired all the time, I'm running around with the kids. You want to be able to, make that connection at that point. Say, yeah, I totally know how you feel, and that's where Affirm is. When you see Affirm, you can affirm them by acknowledging what they're saying. You can give them a genuine compliment. Don't snow them. Don't just compliment people. But you're in a restaurant and you're getting excellent service. Let that person know. Wow, can I tell you something? You are excellent at your job. Thank you for the awesome service. It's going to create that rapport. That's one thing that doesn't happen too often. You don't see these genuine compliments that come out a lot, right? So you want to affirm them. Create that rapport. And then, the key thing, if someone might be talking, a great example is if someone's talking about, yeah, what's been going on, how are things going, I'm running ragged, two kids in hockey, I've got my daughter in gymnastics, I'm running, I just have no energy. Like by 8 o'clock, I'm tapped out, I'm ready to go to sleep. You can say, wow, you know what, I totally know how you feel. Can I tell you something that worked for me? And that's where you're asking for permission. Can I tell you something that worked for me? Honestly, in 4.5 years, I haven't had anybody say, no, you just keep that to yourself. No. So you want to get away from talking to people and saying, hey, you know what, you're looking a little tired, so I want to really tell you about my whole program, and you're right in their face, and they're wondering what's going on. You're being attacked, and they're looking for an exit, right? So it's more or less, it's kind of like just, be the cat, not the dog. I was a canine handler. The dog's very aggressive, goes after the toys, tearing it. The cat kind of just walks around, bats a little bit, walks away, it kind of just gives a little bit. It's kind of the cat versus the dog. But does that make sense? Okay, so, and then we're talking about Isagenix information. This is where when they say, yeah, can I tell you something that worked for me? You go, yeah, sure. This is where you get to share your 30-second story. And then they might, and we're going to get into that in a second. And, and one of the key things, just before we get on to that, is then that's where you give them information. You don't verbally tell them everything you know about Isagenix. Okay? Let the tools do the work for you. Okay, so let's talk about the connecting process. This is a 3-step system that I think is going to simplify your life absolutely, hands down. And the one thing you want to do is you've got to know, if you know that you've got to connect with people, then you want to decide, how many people am I going to share my story with every day? Decide right now. That's going to make an impact on your business. Okay, how many people? I'm going to suggest, 3 people a day. 3 new people, 5 days a week, and your business is going to really start to rock. I'm going to tell you that. Because this is just simply a numbers game. How many times can you share your story, somebody else's story, the company's story, your team's story, and we're going to talk about that. Okay? And so what you want to do is now, then you want to set the appointment. You're talking to someone, say for instance, I was talking to John, and we've connected, and, he was talking about, wow, I'm looking to, lean out a little bit and put on some lean muscle. Say, awesome, can I tell you something that worked for me? Got this amazing program, great. My, a good friend of mine, Dr. Paul Beyond, tweaked the program for me. He works with professional athletes. Yeah, sure, great. Can I send you some information? Awesome. He said, hey, John, one of the best ways to do it is I asked him, hey, John, when can you be in front of a computer? Setting the appointment, when can you be in front of a computer? I'm a one-finger typer, so sending emails, it takes a while, right? So I'm like, awesome. I'm going to get John in front of a computer. Then I'm going to take him to isamovie.com. And this is where you want to know the videos there. I'm going to definitely be teeing John up with one of the videos that he totally relates to. John tells me, wow, I'm working out 4 or 5 times a week. I'm taking that guy to Isagenix athletes. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm going to do. Great. So John, when we're setting the appointment, he goes, well, I'm going to be home. Awesome. You know, what time? He says, I got to put the kids to bed. How about 9 p.m.? Awesome. Hey, John, you know what? If for some reason you can't make it, can you send me a message? But I'll look forward to connecting with you at 9. So then what I'll do is I'll call him up at 9, dial him up, say, hey, John, it's Mike. How are things going? Great. Yeah, okay. Hey, you got your computer booted up? Super. Awesome. Punch in this. www.isamovie.com. Most people don't know what ICE is, right? So I just, isamovie.com. All right, great. What you're going to do is just pause that video, scroll down to here, go to Energy and Performance, and the video's there. Okay, watch that one. I'm also probably going to get them to watch another one, maybe Experience Isagenix. And then I say, I'm going to call you back in 20 minutes, John, because I'm sure you're going to have some questions, and I want to make sure I get your questions answered. Let's see if this is a fit for you. Does that help out? All right. So, and then, obviously, after that, I call them, and I got a follow-up. And we're going to be talking today, breaking this down, as to how important the follow-up is. So, once again, isamovie.com's right there. Experience Isagenix. Great overall, but you want to also look at the different specific. We've got weight loss, healthy aging. You've got the one for young entrepreneurs. You name it. All the videos are there. Know your videos. Line people up for those. It's really key. So, all right, let's get into the 30-second story. This is amazing. I had an issue with this, people. I'm going to tell you straight off the bat, I did have about a 30 to 45-minute story. And, you know, the one thing about it is true. We talk more people out of Isagenix than we do into it. And, you know, my wife was an amazing coach. She just basically told me I had to shut up a little more and shorten it up. So we did. But we've got this great formula here that you're going to be able to really develop a powerful 30-second story. So the first one is, and I want you to use this on a piece of paper because we're practicing. We're going to be practicing. This is a hands-on workshop. So how are you feeling before Isagenix? The first two words you write on your piece of paper are before Isagenix. And then, how are you feeling? I was feeling tired. You know, I was overweight. So take a minute, write that down. How are you feeling? Everybody at home, take out a piece of paper and write this down. Awesome. All right. It should be coming to an end. If not, you're probably getting close to writing a book. So we want to keep it short and tight. Does that make sense? How was I feeling? All right. Now, how were you introduced? Who introduced you? You know, so for myself, I was feeling tired. I'd put on some extra weight. And what was great is I was excited because we were introduced to it. Both my wife was introduced to it by our chiropractor, Dr. Kevin Snellgrove, and almost at the same timing as we were introduced by our friends Kevin and Pam Barnum. They both talked to us about it, and they had been using it for almost a year and a half at that time, and we're having amazing results. So, how were you introduced? Who introduced? Write that down. All right. Once again, not too much longer than that. This is the key component. The third part, what happened? This is usually where people will verbally vomit all over people. So in order to keep this really tight and sweet, what this really means is how much, how fast. This is what happened. As a result, how much, how fast. How much weight did you lose and how fast? How much energy did you have in how many days? How much sleep were you getting in how many days? Does that make sense? If you have a business story, how much money did you make in your first 30 days? So how much, how fast? Put it in there. Now, write that out. So, and it would sound, you know, it could sound out like, you know, and, you know, I was introduced by, you know, our friends Dr. Kevin Snellgrove and some other friends of ours. And in the first 30 days, I'd lost 26 pounds. And I couldn't believe my energy went through the roof. I had more energy than I had when I was in college. And I had a lot of energy in college. Key. How much, how fast? If you get into, sometimes people get into a story, okay, back when I was 5, it all started, and it's true, people, you're going to see them glaze over, and they're going to be shooting for the door. So, okay, so how much, how fast? Anybody need more time for that? Awesome. Okay, and what are you doing as a result? This is so, so key. And the reason being is this is where you let people know that if they're interested, they get to come back to you. As a result, you know what? My wife and I are now sharing this with other people and helping them get the same results. Or, as a result, now we're really excited because we've launched our own business and we're on a mission to literally help thousands of people change their lives. Whatever it is, this is the part where people have left out. They're going, just imagine this. How are you feeling? Price at Gen X, I was tired, feeling overweight. I had no energy. And then a good friend of mine introduced me to this program, and I got to tell you, in the first 30 days, I lost 26 pounds. My energy skyrocketed, and I was feeling phenomenal. All right. So the person's thinking, this is great. They're going to go to the internet. They're going to just basically Google it and order it probably from the website, and you're not going to get any credit for this. You're not going to be able to build your team. So when you're talking to your people, let them know. And one of the things we used to always tell people, at the beginning is, hey, Lorraine, if you're interested, let me know because I can also get it to you for wholesale. Right? Can we help people get it for wholesale? We help them open up accounts. So write down, what are you doing as a result? Okay? All right. Yes.
I don't understand. Open up an account, get it for wholesale. Like, how else? You can't buy it retail. At least I don't know.
No, not retail. But what you could do is you could pay retail for it.
But where do you go to pay retail for?
So the question is, well, if you don't want to open up an account with me and you say I just want to pay you cash, then you're going to pay retail.
No, but okay, somebody comes to me and
Yeah.
said, I want the product. And I
Yeah.
said, okay, I'll enroll you, and I'll help you get it, the product I'm selling, and
Yeah. Well, as soon as you
I can't imagine somebody saying I want a canister of that. If they want a canister of that, I'll order a 5-pound and get it wholesale.
okay, so that's a choice. So what's happening is the one thing I love about this business, and the question for the people at home was, what do you mean about selling retail? Because retail, you can't buy this at a GNC, and that was an excellent question. And what I mean by that is that the one thing I love about this business model is I never have to handle product. I don't have to collect money. And I'm not saying that I don't have to go and hand out catalogs and deliver product, anything like that. I love that. I love the fact that we can show people how to order their own products. And that's all I meant was I can help you get it for wholesale. So I'm going to show you how to open up an account where you can go online, order your own products, and as an associate, when we open up the account, you get it for wholesale. Some people can choose. If they say, well, I don't want to open up an account, I don't want to give my credit card, then one of the benefits, if you're just selling it to all your friends at wholesale and you're bringing it, I think you're going to create yourself a lot of frustration. Then you're going to become that retailer. So I have to give them what's a better option. So I go, great, you want to order a canister of shake? That's all you want to do. I can show you how you could do that. And if you want more products, let's open up your own account like Costco. If not, awesome. Well, instead of a canister costing X amount of dollars, if I got to bring it in, then I got to charge you this. Because to me, it's a real pain to try to figure out, okay, I got to figure out the conversion rate from US to Canadian dollars. I gotta now collect money, and then you're gonna call me, hey, can you drop off my shake? And can you? And quite frankly, I'm not really interested in doing that. Does that help with that? So when I give people that option of saying, hey, you know what? I can help you get it for wholesale. People go, oh wow, how do you do that? And that usually sparks that question of, well, what do you mean wholesale? I say, well, you know, I'm an associate with the company, so I can help you open up an account. So then, instead of, you know, paying a retail price, you can actually get everything for wholesale. And so it's a way to just entice them that it's a lesser price. Yes, Carl?
Mike, just a quick response to the woman's question was, they can buy it retail off your website. You don't have to have a membership. You can buy one time, and that's where the retail price comes in, meaning it's off the street. It's not from wholesale.
Yes.
And that's the only way they can buy retail through your website.
Yes. Yeah, retailers. Okay, what we're going to do now, just because of the sake of time, you know, I really want to get into the 30-second story. Because this is one of the skills that you are going to share with your people that you have to develop. And you want to make sure that your people are also practicing this. So what I'd like you to do right now is, literally, we're going to do this in 30 seconds. I want you to go and sit with someone you don't know. Okay? 30 seconds, someone you don't know. And what you're going to do, we're going to practice our 30-second story. So let's get up and move now. Switch seats, go! All right, listen up. Hold up. Hold up. Thank you. All right. Anybody not have a partner? Okay, anybody not have a partner? We've got someone looking for a partner. Okay. Okay, great. And one of the things I really want you to resist to do, and sorry, from a training aspect, avoid just chatting with someone, because that is not going to move your business forward. I'm just going to be candid. Can I have your permission to be straightforward and candid on how we're going to move your business forward?
Yes.
Avoid the small chit chat. Let's talk about the game later. Let's talk about something else. Right here, these are basic skills that are going to actually move your business forward. So, and don't take that opportunity away from someone else who's here to learn. All right? Sounds fair? Everybody agree? Awesome. Okay, so someone pick an A. Yes?
I have a question. How do you transfer, like, when we first started here, right, to get her name and stuff, when you walk up to somebody, how do you transfer without being in your face to, like, I found out that she's a dog groomer and stuff. How do you transfer into, I do like some guys? Like, what's your...
We'll do this. Let's practice the 30-second story, and then we're going to go through. So the 30-second story is once they've asked you, right? So we're going to get into creating some questions when I was talking about creating questions. But right now, let's just practice as if you guys have, you know, the person has asked you for information. So in other words, they've just said to you, wow, you know, you've just said to them, hey, can I tell you something that worked for me? And they go, yeah, absolutely. Now we're getting into a 30-second story. So pick an A and a B. Partner, A goes first with their 30-second story. Start now.
So I joined the program, and so we I have more energy on this.
All right, and switch. 30 seconds. All right. Hold up. Okay. 30-second story there. Now, everybody, just hold up. Awesome. Find a new partner you don't know. Switch, go now.
Oh my gosh.
And switch.
I did. Okay, so before I suggest I was hired, so it's right. So now it's at 40 inches. I'm more energy. And as a result, I need to know and some products.
All right. Hold up.
Yes.
All right, just stay where you are. Stay where you are. Hold up for a second. Awesome. So how's that going so far? Some people good, great. Some people still feel like mud rolling off your tongue. That's awesome. That's okay. No, but this is the safe place. This is where we practice. And what's great about it is the more 30-second stories you're hearing from other people, the more stories you're going to be able to tell. And not maybe as your own. We never lie. What it is you're going to get the opportunity to hear weight loss stories. You're going to hear energy and performance stories. You're going to hear business stories. So that when you're speaking with different people and all of a sudden you want to relate, you know, all of a sudden someone's talking maybe about, wow, you know what, I've been downsized, my business taking a hit, I don't even know how long I can keep my doors open. Say, wow, you know, have you ever thought of looking at other business opportunities? Yeah, you know, I'm always open. Wow, can I tell you something that worked for a close friend of mine? You know, one of my business partners, who I've just partnered with, if you're new, has been able to do this. Does that make sense? So if you hear a powerful business story, you can share some with that. Maybe you might be interested and I can connect you to. You know, would you be open to maybe meeting with them or looking at some information? So you really want to collect as many 30-second stories, and that's what's so powerful about going to events and coming to events like this. And that's why a lot of people, you know, I saw the look. Okay, get with someone you don't know. And people are like, wow, you know, I really don't like this guy right now. It's okay. But understand there's a purpose behind it, you see? And when you go to events, Break that habit of always sitting with the people you're with. Okay? Does that make sense? And you want to get as many different stories so you can go, wow, you know, Katie Guthrie has an amazing energy and performance story. She's a high performance athlete. She played, you know, university basketball. She didn't have a weight loss story. So if you're looking for an athletic story, someone may want to talk to her about hers, or Marcel Bowden, you know. So when you're looking at that, you know, that's really key. So now, go find someone you don't know, and let's try it again. Go. Move.
Sure, I'm here. Hi, I'm John. Hey, very nice to meet you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no problem.
Come on up, buddy.
Hope he isn't mind me.
Thanks, great.
No, that's okay.
No, so come on up here, Rob. Okay, so just state your name. Where are you from, brother?
So Robin Chatter from Barrie.
Right. Okay, so why don't you just share your 30-second story with me? So, I'm just trying to ask you, hey, can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Before Isogenics, I was overweight and had literally zero energy. A good friend of mine, Carol Fulong, introduced me to Isogenics. Over a couple months, I was able to release 40 pounds. My energy came back like you wouldn't believe. And I went on to win 2 bronze medals at the provincial swimming championships for the Masters division.
Whoa!
Now I'm sharing these amazing products with other people and replacing my income at the same time.
Awesome. And how are you doing that? You see, right away, you notice that he left it open, and now it's enticing me to ask more questions. Wow, you know what? That'd be amazing. Can you send me some information on these products?
Yeah, you know what? When can you be in front of a computer? Because the best option is for us to look at that.
Is this guy good? Is he good or what? Awesome. That's great. Give it up. Love it. Anybody else hear a good 30-second story? Hey? Anybody? Leanne, come on. Woo! Awesome, Leanne.
How are ya?
Awesome. She's such a rock star. I love this girl. Okay, so.
All right.
So yeah, so we're basically talking, and you just asked me, wow, can I tell you something that worked for me? And I'm absolutely.
Well, before Isogenics, I was really tired. I had put on a lot of weight due to a really stressful situation, and my doctor suggested that I look into somebody who's selling the products. I very quickly started to see huge results. I lost a good chunk of weight, and I've used that as a vehicle to bring my husband home from working 3 jobs. I've been able to hit 6 figures, and I'm helping other people do the same.
Are you interested in joining my team?
I'm in. So do you see that? Is anybody going to ask, what do you mean? How did you do that? That's what that 30-second story is all about. Give it up for Leanne. That's awesome. What do you love, and that's the key thing. You're not going to close anybody. Okay? Let's just forget it. You're not going to close them and take an order. Okay? We don't marry people on the first date, right? So we got to understand it's a courting process. Does that make sense? So same thing with the 30-second story. Realize, this is just part of it. It's, it takes quite a few exposures before we're able to do that. So, so did you get some value out of that practicing? This is something, I got to tell you, it absolutely changed our business because we decided, we're having, launch parties. You can have launch parties or in-homes. But when you start getting your team together, whether it's 2 people, 4 people, it doesn't matter. You're working one-on-one. These are the skills that you want to practice with them. And if you don't practice with them, guess what? When they go out, they're going to be afraid to talk. They're not going to know what to say, so they're going to avoid it. One of the things that really launched our business, and for those who don't know, so we came into business with Kevin and Pam Barnum, as well as my sister Chantal and Dave Stafura. And but we used to host in-homes every Wednesday night here at the Barnum House before they retired themselves and moved to beautiful British Columbia. But every Wednesday night, new people would go downstairs and attend a launch party. The associates, what we would do is we'd stay upstairs, we'd break off into groups, and we literally would have a group that's practicing the 30-second story every week, and we rotate groups. And we practice that and practice it and practice it. And and this was a great opportunity for you to kind of tweak your story, change it. How can I generate interest? And I love the fact because I was walking around and I love seeing people giving feedback. Hey, try this, or maybe say that. That was great, or maybe you can shorten it up this way, but that was awesome. And it's really important. So you want to practice this definitely with the skills that your business partners. Bring them in. It's when we have people join us, we don't send them out. We set them up for success, and it's our responsibility to train them and teach them how to do this business. So awesome. Really appreciate everybody working on that. So we're going to move forward, but that is definitely one of the skills you want to practice, that 30-second story. All right, the other one is, can you tell the Isagenix story? Because it's really important. A lot of people are going to want to know about the company. Okay, so when we're looking at, Isagenix, the founders, the company founders. Who are the company founders? Jim and Kathy Coover and John Anderson, master formulator. Absolutely. Do you know anything about them? John Anderson has created over 1,200 products for 600 companies worldwide. You walk into any GNC, Popeyes, any of these supplement stores, there's probably going to be over 300 products on the shelf that John Anderson has formulated for other companies. Incredible master formulator. I think he's the best in the world in regards to all natural products. And other companies would hire him. The reason he created Isagenix, is he was tired of seeing companies take an amazing product and sacrifice quality to increase profits. They'd say, hey, John, you've come up with an amazing product. This is great, but that's going to be expensive to make. So we're going to maybe switch out a couple of ingredients, and that's going to increase profits, and and they can do that because they own the rights. But when John created Isagenix, he said no compromise products. The only way that these products are going to market is if he brings them to market himself as one of the owners. So very important about John Anderson. Jim and Kathy Coover have phenomenal background in the industry. Jim Coover took another company to $1 billion, and now they've taken Isagenix. How much have Isagenix earned in 11 years? Yes, over $2 billion. That's huge, $1 billion company. All right, same thing. So when we're talking about historical sales, that's what you want to talk about. Right now, Isagenix, with the Direct Selling Association, is ranked 36. Okay, pretty much anybody else in the top 35, the average time they've been in business has been over 60 years. Isagenix is 11 years old, and we've already cracked 36. This company is flying. So you want to know that. You want to be able to talk. You are a partner in this company. You're a shareholder. You want to know your numbers. All right? As well as media. Isagenix has been in USA Today. It's been in Inc. magazine. It's been featured as in the top 500 fastest growing companies worldwide. When we talk about awards, they've been nominated and won multiple Stevie Awards. Basically, that's the Grammys for business. They even competed, but when in the different categories that Isagenix was in, they've competed against Apple. Huge player, people. And they've won multiple Stevie Awards, both for business and philanthropy work. Sorry. Yeah. Isagenix, another great thing. We are partnered with Make-A-Wish. That's one of the best, charities that are out there. And they don't just jump on with anybody, people. They really carefully pick the companies that they partner with. And just to let you know, and we're raising incredible amounts of money. So when you're looking at success stories, Isagenix has created 101 millionaires in 11 years. In just last year, some numbers you want to know, Isagenix created 21 millionaires in 2013. Out of 21 millionaires, 13 had no experience in this industry before. That's exciting. You don't have to be a professional network marketer to make money in this business. They've got amazing systems. Does that make sense? So you got to be able to tell the company story. Who's the company? It's the same thing. When it's kind of funny. When you're going to look for a job and you're going for an interview, times have shifted, right? It's like myself. When I knew even back a long time ago, 21 years ago, when I applied for the OPP, the key thing is in my interview, they asked me questions to see what I knew about the company. How many detachments are there in the province of Ontario? How many police officers? How many civilian staff? What kind of different specialty units do they have? So the same thing is, understand, people are going to ask you about your company. Know the numbers and be proud about what you're sharing. as well as the other thing that I really want to tell you is we are part of an amazing team. Team Success was created, and this is, Susan Sly is basically, the creator of Team Success along with some of her key business partners. And one of the things is you can now share with people that you're part of a team that has created 12 millionaires. This is the team that you're part of. So when you're talking to people about business, you get to tell them, I'm part of a team that's created 12 millionaires, and we're going to crack 17 in the next year. 17 more. That's crazy. People are going to, tell me, people want to follow success. You want to get on a train? You want to break trail on your own, or do you want to come with a team that's already proven success? And of course, the things that we also have in Team Success, which you can offer everybody, is amazing support. We got daily and weekly support calls. Susan does training calls Monday through Friday. The Health, Wealth, and Freedom call, 10 o'clock in the morning. She also has her Team Success call every Monday night, and it's recorded. People can get on there and learn the business. It's amazing. All right? We've got over 50 people that have achieved a 6-figure income in this team. 50. You're part of a team that is responsible for over 20% of the global business volume that Isagenix gets. 1/5 comes from this team. That's amazing. So be able to tell them. You want to share with people. That's why they're going to join you. And when you talk about it, with our team alone, Team Success has helped 5 children be granted a wish with Make-A-Wish. 5 children we granted wishes for, just within our own team. That's amazing. And just to let you know, it's $10,000 a wish, approximately. So we're creating some amazing changes here. I believe hands down Team Success is the most powerful team in Isagenix. We're incredibly grateful. The systems that Susan Sly and Chris have put into place are amazing. The support, and that's why people are going to get excited to join you. When you can say, hey, listen, let me show you. ISA Team Success, this website right here, it's amazing. You can go, wow, you want to know? Well, tell me a bit about who I'm partnering with. You go to Team Success, you're going to have pictures of all the 50 6-figure earners. Look at all the people that they are making over $100,000 a year. Full-time incomes on part-time hours. If that excites you, then we're going to want to set up maybe a call. That's what you get to offer. It's not just that they're partnering with you, but you are directly linked to us and Janie and Susan Sly. And this is just a success train waiting to pick up more people. It absolutely is. Does that make sense? Is anybody jacked that they're part of Team Success? Yeah, I'm telling you, there's teams out there that aren't getting the support, people. That's why we're so fired up. It's amazing. And just to say, can you imagine yesterday's training in Toronto? Susan Sly and Chris put that on for 300 people. They provided lunch for everybody. That event cost them, out of their own pocket, over $36,000. And yesterday, the only thing they wanted in return is, hey, let's make a donation to Make-A-Wish. And yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, Janie, did we grant a wish yesterday? We raised $10,000 and granted another child a wish, which was awesome, right? So are we doing great things? Hell yeah. So, all right, so once again, this is Susan's website that everybody has access to. ISA Team Success. It's going to show you all the different, millionaires on the team that have hit millionaire status, the 6-figure earners. You're going to see the stories of single moms, retired police officers, chiropractors, laborers, you name it, all walks of life, people, so that you can show these stories and say, look at ordinary people earning extraordinary incomes with an incredible business model. So it's a great resource. Make sure that you're sharing that. As well as, once I said the 6-figure earners, that's what the page looks like. And now we're going to move on. I hope you got a lot out of that. I would love to bring up this next amazing woman, and her and her husband have had such an incredible impact on mine and Robin and our whole family's life. She's been an amazing business partner. She's actually, my wife worked for them, and we've just been able to develop such an amazing friendship. But I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to be covering another piece, so let's put our hands together for the amazing J.D. Scarborough.
Hello, everyone. Isn't Mike awesome? He's just incredible. He makes me want to yell louder. I don't know. Mike has done a few trainings with me at home, and my 2 kids call him Loud Mike. Because they'd be trying to go to sleep, and he'd be, just bellowing, and we're having a great time. So I just, again, want to say hello to everyone that's watching from home. Christy in Australia, and there's many people in Canada and the United States. So hi, everyone. Everyone yell them hello. Hello. Awesome, great. So we're going to switch gears a little bit. How are you doing so far? Great. Doing good? Some of the stuff is pretty simple. If you've been at this for a little bit, we're just going through the basics again. If you're brand new, it's a good starting point. But I want to just, we're still on the system number 1, which is pretty cool, and we're gonna get to the next one soon. But I get excited about the money. I mean, I get excited about the results, but when you can show people how by helping other people get healthy, they can earn their product for free and more, it gets really cool. So no matter if people, when you're sharing the product and someone says, absolutely, sign me up, I want to do this program with you, even if they say, I just want to take the product, I'm not really interested, it's still our responsibility to say to them, I'm obligated to show you something. So for less than 3 minutes, you want to work through this with them. Hopefully, everyone at home can show as well. So this is something that Wendy Hagedorn so brilliantly displayed a couple, was it 2 celebrations ago or New Year's kickoff? And basically what you want to do is say, okay, I want to show you something that I'm obligated to show you, because when you do this program, you're going to have great results, and people are going to say, where the heck do I get this? How do I get this? How does it work? And I want you to understand what that means. So what I want you to do is to take out a piece of paper, and I want you guys to do this now. But you're going to do this with your new product user. And you're going to say, I want you to take out a clean piece of paper, and along the left side, I want you to write down A, C, M, D, and E. Okay? And remember, this isn't something you sit and do for an hour with someone. We're a really quick, everyone's time is so fast, we're like on hyperdrive now. So you want to get really good at just giving them the basics, not going into a lot of details, but giving them the basics. So, Kellyanne, when you join this company, you join as an associate. And that means that you get 10% off your products, right? So you're already starting ahead of the game. When you, Kellyanne, share this and you cleanse with 2 friends, right? So you cleanse with 2 friends, sorry, my writing. Then your position is now called a consultant. And the company is going to give you a bonus for sharing it with 2 friends. They're going to give you $50. And depending on what product that your friends order, let's just say that they ordered the President's Pack like you did, then they're going to give you what's called a product introductory bonus of $320. So you've just paid for about you got a 50% rebate on your product. But when you help your friends, so you plus 2, so your friends share it with them plus 2, which is really just 6 friends cleansing together. When you help your 2 friends share it with their 2 friends, then the company is going to change your position to manager. And they're going to reward you with a $250 bonus. Plus, for helping your 2 friends share it with their 2 friends, they're going to give you another $200. So right now we're working on a total of about, what's that, 870? 820, thank you. 820. And then the next position is basically the you plus 2, them plus 2, 4 more times. So it's, in essence, it's 18 friends cleansing, getting healthy together. Okay? And when you do this, when you have 18 friends that are doing the products with you, then your position becomes director, and the company is going to reward you with $750. plus another $400 for each of those 4 friends that you help share it with 2 of their friends. Right, so we're at $11.50, so our total now is $19.70. And then if you continue, the next position is executive. And that really, when it comes down to it, guys, is doing the you plus 2, them plus 2 4 more times. And so in total, you have 30 friends who are getting healthy together. And for doing that, the company is going to give you a $1,000 bonus and another $400 for helping those 4 last friends share it with their 2 friends. So in total, just in bonuses, you're going to earn $370. But I didn't even cover any of the product introductory bonuses that you're going to get. So you're going to get over $337 just for helping 30 people get healthy. Is that simple? Could you go out and find 30 people that you know that would want to take the product and get healthy? And you have to remember, they don't have to all start with the President's Pack. Is it the best pack to start with? Absolutely. It's the best value. They're going to get the best results. But as long as they get onto the program and start doing some cleansing as a group, you can earn over $3,370 doing this and helping people. There are some timelines, and that's why I need to show you this, is because to get to manager, you have to do this within 30 days. Director, the timeline is 90 days. And executive, it's 6 months. Right? In the end, it's 30 people getting healthy. Is this something that you guys could do? Okay. What I want you to do, because I want it to sink in, I want you to get a clear piece of paper, and in a minute, I want you to find a new partner, and I want you to do, how long did that take you? Thank you, Jeff. 2 minutes, 47 seconds. Sorry, one question. Yes, 10 and they invite 2. That's right. Question was, are there 30, or is that 10 of your personally enrolled? It's 10 personally enrolled who invite 2 friends to join us. Absolutely. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to find a new partner. Make sure you bring a blank piece of paper. I want partner A to go through this first, and I don't want you to take more than 3 minutes. I did not get into the product introductory bonuses. I just got into the bonuses that talked about the deadlines, right? The managers, the crystal director, the crystal executive, and the consultant bonuses. When you help one of your personally enrolled consultants, the company will give you $100. That's all that I want you to explain to people so you can show the big picture is over $3,300 in that time frame. Okay, so find a new partner, and partner A is going to go first. So go for it.
I'm the top.
Does everybody have a partner?
We have to write this So we get a bunch of paper. Down the left-hand side. And when you get started, you're not supposed to read it, and that allows you to get 10% off the market. That allows you to get 10% off. And then what you're going to do is and that's the free. Right? That's oh, just for doing that, you're going to get $50. And depending on what on where they get started, you can they start
Switch it up, partner B. Switch it up, partner B.
Now, take that to the next one.
Yeah, that's right. I All right, guys, wrap it up. All right, guys. Hello. What do you do when you get some workers in a room? Awesome. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Oh, I wish I could do that. Fantastic. So, some feedback. How did you find that?
Confusing.
Yes, Jeff.
At first, time consuming.
Okay.
But I think the more that you repeat it, the more that you learn to memorize it, and you can have this down.
That's right. Awesome. And whether it's live in front of someone or imagine doing it over the phone, right? Because that's where I do most of it is over the phone. Get out a piece of paper. So practice that at home. Show it to your, spouse. Get your kids to sit down and listen to it. Do it as much as you can, again and again and again. All right? Awesome. So we're going to make our way to the second system, which is following up. Who is amazing at following up in the room? One person, 2 people. You know what? That's where most people that we talk to on the team, that's where it starts to fall down. But if you listen to Mike and we should all listen to Mike. But if you listen to Mike and, you really set that appointment with somebody, then it's not awkward when you go to follow up. If you say to someone when you're connecting, okay, is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock a good time to follow up? Because you're going to have questions, and I want to make sure I can answer them. And they say, yeah, that's a great time. Then there's nothing weird about calling the person tomorrow at 7 o'clock because you said you were going to call them, so you better do that, right? So set that appointment. It makes it a lot easier. In the beginning, I didn't do that. I was, I just wanted to give them the information. And I really struggled with the follow-up. So as soon as I started to say, okay, what time works for you? And it's a great way to really gauge if someone's interested or not. Because if they blow you off, and they don't want to follow up, well, then chances are don't spend a lot of time there. They're not ready. They're not interested yet, right? But so set that appointment. When we talk about follow-up, it must occur within the first 12 to 14 hours. Does anyone know why that would be?
Fresh in your mind.
Fresh in their mind, Jeff?
Yeah,
Enthusiasm.
Urgency.
Urgency, absolutely. So a great idea is to send an email, a text, or a Facebook confirmation, just confirming we're still good for 7 o'clock tonight, right? People are so fast-paced, it helps you to stay on time. And the third thing is plan 30 minutes for a follow-up. That 30 minutes includes the enrollment process, right? So make sure you have that time set aside. And just to know, if you're really tapping into a cold market, you don't have that connection, then only 2 out of 5 are going to show up, right? So don't get frustrated. If you're talking to leads and you just can't get those people on the phone, just know that it's part of the cold market follow-up. And really important to go back into CAPI. CAPI can be used every single time you're connecting with someone, right? So reconnect with them and say, hey, is this still a good time? I wanted to get back to you. I'm really eager to help you with your goal of, dropping 20 pounds. And then go into, did you take a look at the information? What did you like about it, right? Really get them having that conversation of the information that they looked at. And then continue on. Again, you've asked for that permission. Is this a good time? And continue to follow up. Know that 65% of all sales are made after the 4th follow-up. So like Mike said, don't expect that on this follow-up you're going to get married, right? It's part of the dating process. You may have some conversations back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until they're ready to move forward with you. The kicker is that 60% of salespeople fail to follow up more than 3 times, right? I was an easy sale. Carol came out in her bikini. She looked amazing. She really spoke to what was missing in my life, which was the whole memory and the energy. And I was like, and I trusted her. I knew her. So I'm like, sure, sign us up. Susan Sly, her sponsor, 21 times had to follow up with her, right? Imagine if she would have stopped at the 3rd time. Deborah wouldn't be where she is today. We wouldn't be here because Susan's not in. So really, you need to go into this knowing that you're not going to enroll someone typically on the very first conversation. It may take a little bit of time, right? But bottom line, follow up. Follow up, follow up, follow up. Set that appointment so it's a lot easier to follow up. Okay. Michael. We'd like to bring Michael back to the stage. We're going to keep going with the systems. Thank you, everyone. Let's bring Michael.
All right. All right. Thank you. Okay. Doesn't JD belong in the Book of Awesome or what? Woo! Great, yeah. All right, no, but you know what? When JD was talking about it, I'm telling you, this is so key. Can you imagine? There's only a few skills. Like, you know, I don't know what careers or what jobs you've had to do and all the training that you've had to go through or education to get where you're at. But for this business, imagine Lynn Hagedorn earned $1 million in 14 months with Isagenix. And you know what she mastered? She mastered what Janie showed you right here. You show people how to earn money quickly. You literally, you know, literally U plus 2, them plus 2 with a President's Pack. If you're able to do U plus 2, them plus 2, every week for 5 weeks, you can earn over $5,000 in 5 weeks. Isn't that amazing? And that's what Lynn is just an absolute master at. She just showed people, you know, so you can have coffee in you know, you could be at Williams, you could be at Starbucks. Can you draw that out on a napkin? You can draw that, and that's what's exciting. Let me show you. And you just, all right, let's go over it. You know, can you imagine? You make this. Give me another napkin. Let's go. Like, and that's what's exciting because, you know, there's a great point. It could be 2-3 minutes, but when you're showing people, wow, let me just show you how to get these amazing rebates. I'm going to show you how you can make $800, you know, anywhere from $600 to $820. Just U plus 2, them plus 2. It's a huge, huge tool. Amazing, wasn't it? Anybody going to commit to practicing this? One skill. You know, they like made me go to police college and learn like all these laws, and it was like, am I crazy? What was I thinking? So, all right. So now, you know, it's kind of funny because we're talking to people. One of the key things that I really want to touch on is that we, you know, we're out connecting, so we're learning how to connect with people, and you know, does it usually go just so smoothly, or does anybody out there get objections? You guys want to maybe do a piece on handling objections? How to handle some of the, you know, what are some of the key objections that we might get? Time. Money, time, pyramid.
I want to wait till after the holidays.
Oh yeah, you know, all it's like there's always something. But you know, one of the things that I want to talk to you about is we're going to do handling objections, and there's a system. Understand, we're looking for people who want to make a change. First of all, be willing to identify people. Very key is, you know, a lot of people, you know, if you get defensive when someone has an objection, then I'm going to ask you to, you know, just to really take note of the second B part. Breathe. You know, some people, you know, understand that this isn't about us. This isn't about you. Make it about the other person. How can I add value to this person? If they have an objection, we're going to show you certain ways to get through an objection and walk through that. But the key thing is affirm them. Hey, you know, no matter what their objection is, hey, I totally, you know, appreciate where you're coming from. So you can affirm, let them know that you acknowledge what they're thinking. You know, and I'll give you a couple examples, but you know, there's a couple great things you can ask. Like if you're not quite sure what the objection is, even though you might get it, we're going to go through exactly how to answer certain objections. But remember, you get to use other people's stories. You get to use, you know, all kinds of different things. But let's just cover a couple first things. But I really want to do, this is the key part right here, because it's funny when someone says, "Yeah, well, it's expensive." No, it ain't. What are you talking about? You're in their face. They're like, "Get out of here." But understand that the majority of time, 90+ % of the time, when someone gives you an objection, it's not the first reason that they're giving you. If it's price, I want you to realize this. If they're saying, I can't, you know, oof, that's expensive, I can't afford it, then right away I'm not thinking they can't afford it. I haven't shown them the value of this program. Does that make sense? They don't see the value in it yet. There are some people who can't afford it, but do we have different packs? Like, you know, it doesn't matter. We got the Business Builder Pack, the President's Pack, the Starter Packs. If someone only has, you know, the max, you know, I'm about $150, $200. Can we get them started on something? Absolutely. But it's amazing. You know, we're going to talk about the The different objections we're getting, like money, it's amazing. When somebody says, yeah, how much does it cost? Right away, how much does it cost, people? Okay. What's the majority of the times that when someone says, okay, how much is it? Katie? $10 to $20 a day, which is an awesome answer. Most people jump right into the 30-day. It's about $300 without asking any other questions. We're going to really teach you how to ask more questions. So does that make sense? All right. So, and once again, it was great because Janie touched on that key piece where it does take multiple exposures. So you're going to send information, might have a couple of objections. You're going to answer their objections. They're going to like go home and think about it. Probably have to talk to their dogs. You know, some people, you know, they can do all kinds of things. You know, I can run this past everybody. That's okay. Realize that, you know, some people are going to take their time. Out of 10 people who actually look at information, about 2 people will get started. If you can handle that fact, you've got this business beat. A lot of people feel that that's a rejection on them. They're not rejected. So let's get into handling some objections, all right? So let's talk about money, first of all. It's too expensive, I can't afford it. Okay? I want to teach you one great way of, you know, we're going to cover 2 different ways. It's called feel, felt, found. And you can do this for almost any objection. So you know what? Someone said, you know, I'm talking to Peter, and Peter says, you know, Mike, hey, you know, that looks really good, but woo, yeah, I just, you know, it seems pretty expensive. I don't know if I can afford that, you know. I say, hey, Peter, I completely respect it, you know, I completely understand where you're coming from. But can I share something with you? Yeah. So, you know, I know how you feel because I felt the same way. But can I tell you what I found? I found that after me and my wife did the first 30-day program, we actually saved on average about $160 to $180 on our grocery bill and what we were eating every month. You see what I mean? So, you know, and that's key to write down, you know. I know how you feel. I felt the same way. But let me tell you what I found out. Okay? So that's a really, really key point. So I want you to write that one down because you're gonna practice this to see how it's feeling. Another way is, you know, when you're looking at it, once again, Peter, you know, say he just mentioned, he says, yeah, you know what, it just seems pretty expensive. I said, hey, Peter, I totally understand where you come from. But can I ask you a question? And this is, if I could show you a way. So you want to write that. If I could show you a way. So with this one, I would say, hey, Peter, you know, if I could show you a way where you can do this program, achieve your health goals, and spend less money than you're currently spending on eating every month, is that something that would interest you? So in key points, if you're writing down, it's just do the program, achieve your goals, and spend less money than you're currently spending on eating every month. Okay, I'll get you to repeat it. So if I could show you a way where you can do this program, everybody repeat it. Do this program, achieve your goals, and spend less money than you're currently spending on eating every month. Would that interest you? Okay, let me give you a clue. If you get any other answer than yes, money isn't the issue. So you're able to show them how they can do this program, achieve their health goals, because you're talking to them. You want to know why they want to do this, right? So they've shared with you, you know, I want to drop some weight, my energy is, you know, flatlined. Awesome. Well, I'm going to help you lose that weight. Your energy is going to skyrocket, and you're going to save money. If they're not interested, then money's not the issue. And this is where you have to identify if people are really open to change. We don't want to drag and pull people into this business. So is it a reasonable objection, or is it someone who wants to be confrontational? Because if I sense, is it a how question or a why question? Someone asked me, why should I do this? My answer to them is, you shouldn't. If they got to ask me why they got to do it, that's not the question you're looking for. Why should I do this? You shouldn't. Like, but if it's how, does that make sense? A why is more of a confrontational type, like, you know, if you don't know why you want to do this, you know, we're looking for people who are open, looking for some changes. Does that make sense? So don't get pulled into someone who wants to argue about, you know, stuff. Or have you ever gotten this one? This is a good one, about money. Eh? You're in the middle of talking to them. Yeah, this has amazing product. You know, you're telling your 30-second story and you get the handout. Yeah. Hold on. How much is it? Anybody get that? Okay. So this is how you handle that one. You know, the hand comes up. Yeah, okay. But tell me, how much is it? 2 words. It depends. Tell them this. It depends. And they'll look at you. What do you mean? Well, it depends on what you want to achieve. So then at that point, I'm going to slide back into questions. Why don't you tell me what your goals are? If you can tell me what your goals would be, then maybe at that point I can make a recommendation. Does that help out with that one?
Yeah.
It depends. Doesn't it? It depends. You know, the person wants to just... Well, it depends. What are your goals? So then you get the person, well, you know, I want to lose some weight. I want to, you know, a flat line. You know, I want my... You know, my runs or, you know, whatever it could be. So they're going to start telling me, okay, how long you've been doing that. This is where you get to be the professional. You host an interview. You want to be the most rock star of a cleanse coach? Then start asking questions. What have you been doing? What's your vices? Are you a late night eater? Are you an emotional eater? Are you more into sweets? Are you into salty foods? What's gonna cause you to derail? What have you had problems in the past? Have you tried to lose weight before? What programs have you tried? I'm going to start driving in because guess what? When you make it emotional and they all of a sudden start getting excited about what you can do for them, then you're starting to show them value and price will never be an issue. Price won't come up. If that makes sense. So that's where you start asking questions and then you're finding out and, you know, jot it on a piece of paper. Okay, they want to lose 20, 30 pounds. Awesome. So at that point I would say, hey, you know, Kellyanne, you know, if we're talking to Kellyanne, you know, usually, and this is what people do. So Kellyanne, first question. How many pounds, say if someone was talking to you a few years ago, how many pounds would you like to lose?
I say 50.
50. Okay, awesome. I'm going to write down 50. Okay, can I ask you another question, Kel? If you could be your dream weight in health, you know, what would that be like? Where would that be? How much would that be? And usually, 90% of the time, you're going to have another number added on to that original. Because they're going to give you a number that they think they can achieve, not what they really want. And I know this is kind of getting into it, but when you know the psychology of how people think, and then show them how to get what they want, because then I'd be talking to Kelly, say, okay, awesome, 50, and then say, if you could be your dream, what, like, you know, when were you in the best shape of your life? And then she's talking to, oh, that was when I was in, you know, maybe I was in college and I was competing this, and great, what were you? Yeah, that's like 65 pounds, like, you know, no problem. I say, you know what? I know for a fact that we can get you down 65 pounds. That may take 4 months, but let's focus on the first 30 because we're going to rock this together. Okay? So based on what, you know, based on the goals you told me, Kelly, you know, awesome. You know, I can make some recommendations. But here's a key question. You want to avoid the money issue? All right, Kelly, awesome. Yes, in 30 days, you know what's exciting? We got a program that's going to replace 2 meals a day. So literally, you only have to shop for 1 meal and snacks at the grocery store. So we're just going to redirect your money. So keeping that in mind, Kelly, how much money would you have to invest in a program to help you reach these goals right now?
I'd say somewhere between $200 and $400.
Okay, awesome. You see that? There's the question you want to write. How much money do you have to invest in a program to get started right now? And you want to remind them that we're replacing 2 meals. Does that make sense? And then great. So she just gave me a number. All right, what pack is somebody going to recommend? 2 to 400. 30 day? I love it. We're coming on, but you know what? I just say, hey, Kelly, you know, awesome. We do have an amazing pack that's called the Pacesetter Pack. It's usually probably delivered to your door about $450. And, you know, looking at that, do you think that's doable? If she says, that's tapping me out, then great, we can go down to 30-day, right? So guess what? There's no wrong answer. You can look for an extra $50. This is what it's going to get. You know, you're going to get, you know, the full 30-day system. You're going to get, you know, bars, cookies, chocolates. You prefer milk or dark?
Dark, please.
Awesome. There we go, you know. And we're just moving on. And then they're also going to throw in a free blender for you. One of those, like, kind of looks like a magic bullet blender. Yeah, it's awesome. So then you're doing, so the key thing is, how much do you have to invest? You're going to eliminate, so when you're talking and they've asked you that question, and they're talking about health, and you start talking about health, and you're going, all right, what have you done? What have you tried to achieve? And you're going around, and you're all excited. Absolutely, I'm excited. We're going to do this 30-day together. I'm really fired up to coach you. And then you ask, how much do you have to invest? You're going to really eliminate that money issue a lot of the times. Does that help out? And write the it depends. Yeah, Robin.
Have you ever run into the conversation for Pacesetter at President's Pack, the opportunity for tax deduction because of the way the company structures the pack?
Not if they're just talking about product.
Okay.
You know what I mean? If for some reason, you know, when we get into the U+2, then +2, and I say, I'm not sure, like, you may break right at that point, you could say, and I think that's a great opportunity to kind of say, hey, I'm not sure if this interests you, but there's an incredible opportunity to earn some money when people start noticing your results just for referring them. And if that's something that interests you, I definitely would recommend. If someone's talking even remotely about the business, then yeah, absolutely, I'm going to talk about the business packs and the fact that you can get tax deductions because they're business packs, right? So they're tax deductible. Yeah, but that's a great point, Rob. Thanks. Definitely bring it up. Yes?
Another thing that bothers me are questions. I was told your pack is going to count X amount. I get the pack, I get the bill, and there's HST, there's exchange, there's shipping, and I open the bill and it's like, oh my gosh, what is this? I was told it was going to cost more and change, and now I'm up to $700. I was shocked.
You had $300 extra on your bill?
I thought it would be $469, and my bill was over $700.
I can't, like, honestly, I can't. Okay, I understand that, but then that's an issue to take up with that individual. I'm going to be honest. As a professional, we need to know roughly, even though we can't predetermine the conversion rate, but what you want to do is when you're telling someone the price, look it up, check it out, and say, hey, this is roughly what you're doing. I know roughly a Pacesetter pack should be delivered to your door for almost $450, give or take the conversion rate. And understand, it is in US dollars, so maybe you know, a bit off. $300, I personally never seen that, but what you want to do is make sure that you don't ever impose that on somebody else. Let them know it's in American dollars. That's why I usually say it could be $10 to $20 a day. And if you want, say plus taxes and shipping. How much is that? You know what? Once I put in the order, I can actually have a look and see. And I have to be honest. I don't. My wife puts in all the orders. So I'm like, honey, what's the numbers on that? But you know, we've gone through that where someone says their budget, and I'm like, okay, yeah, you know what? Sorry, we're over your budget. I'm going to call you back before I put in this order. You know what? The chocolates that you liked. That's putting the order over this amount. Do I have your permission to do that, or would you like to remove this from your account? And that's what you want to do. You don't, you know what? Because exactly, it would leave a very bitter taste in someone going, whoa, what happened? But the one thing that you want to be cognizant of as business owners is what's the conversion rate? Where is it sitting at? This is going to affect their bill. This is in US dollars. Let them know. You know what? Always, you know, no surprises. Because then you know, you want to really avoid that. That takes that whole excitement out of her box coming. Like, you know what I mean? The box shows up and she's like, wow, like, is there some young guy jumping out of this box? There's got to be something more here. But no, but it's a great point. So, you know, make sure that you're being honest, and you're doing your best to talk about the price. You could say, if you want, it's, you know, President's Packs is $5.59 plus shipping, handling. Usually, in Canadian, if it's converted, you're looking about $6.50 or $6.70 delivered to your door. But really, really great point. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, that you don't want to shock people. And okay, we're good with that one. With money, you want to practice that one. Just get used to that, right? Now let's talk about what's another objection we have. Time. What is it? Sorry.
Can I drink wine with this?
Sure. You know what? Honestly, I'm just going to say, yeah, you could be. You know what we recommend is, because it's a cleanse, I'm going to recommend that you try to stay off of alcohol for the whole 30 days to get the maximum benefits. But if you're someone who enjoys 1 or 2 glasses of wine every night, then I would say great, but can we be realistic that you shouldn't expect the same results as this person if you're having a glass of wine, or, you know. And we had a gentleman, honestly, he said, every Thursday night I'm retired, like he's retired, so every Thursday afternoon he meets with the boys for wings and beer. So I said, okay, awesome. Is that what you do every week? He goes, yeah, we always meet, we play cards, you know, at this sports pub. I said, that's life, right? Then keep doing that. Can you stay tight the rest of the week? Absolutely. So, and he still lost 24 pounds in his first 30 days. And he just naturally started eating less wings and drinking less beer when he was there. And his buddies were like, what's going on? And he still felt great. He didn't feel. But this is a lifestyle. If you become a cleanse coach Nazi, people are not going to want to share stuff with you. Someone goes to honestly, like, you know, guess what? Oh, you got a wedding? Awesome. All right. Is that real life? Yeah, okay. Have a shake in the morning, have a shake for lunch, go there, have dinner, be reasonable, have a few drinks, dance your butt off, have a great time. Great. Sunday, back on the program. Is that life? Show people how the system moves them right into just regular life. If you're like, oh, no, you can't do that, you can, yeah, but I'm the one getting married. Like, no, you know, you got to show them. It's got to be within reason, right? Does that make sense? Okay, so let's move on to another objection. Time. Oh, we got questions back there. Oh, yeah, what is it?
What kind of hoops do I have to jump through?
What kind of hoops do I have to jump through to get?
That was one I was actually. They were in another pyramid. That's what he was saying. That was one of my pyramids.
Okay, well, so is this a pyramid objection?
Yes.
Okay, so is this a pyramid? And so what's that?
I know life's a pyramid.
Well, you know, when you look at it, yeah, it's totally different. Like, I'll tell you, you know, well, so that's a great lead into this. Is this a pyramid? So
it's not really a pyramid question. He was in a previous company and had trouble getting paid. So he's worried he's not going to get paid in this company.
Well, you know what? That's a whole different. Like, you know what I do is I'd say, have a look. I've never had a problem. In 4.5 years, every Monday I get paid. They've never been wrong, and it gets deposited. I can deposit right into one of my own accounts. Yeah, absolutely.
The move is, yeah, you got to share a place in order.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you actually got to participate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, like, you know, in the sake of what we're doing, the most common objection would probably be along lines of, is this right?
You know, some companies, you've got this and this and this and this to qualify.
Yeah.
And then you got this to qualify. And I think the basic answer is you just need to enroll.
Yeah. Or, let me get you on the phone with a friend of mine. We're going to talk about 3-way calls. Let me get you on the phone with a friend of mine who's had a lot of success. You know, one of my business partners, whatever. You know, if you're working on that, but we haven't had an issue. They've never missed pay period, never, you know, there's not an issue, right? So, but the pyramid is a very common one. You know, is this a pyramid? So this is key right here. So there's 2 ways you can answer this. No. Absolutely not. Or, I like having a little fun with it. Someone says, is this a pyramid? I kind of look at them with like confused puppy dog look, like, so what's a pyramid? I've never gotten the right answer once. I've actually asked them what's a pyramid, just to see what they mean. And then whenever they're done saying whatever they say, absolutely not. You know, but a lot of times people are like, well, you know, that's when you've got like the guy up at the top here, you know, and then there's a whole bunch of other people underneath them, and you know, and it's, yeah, and then, you know, there's all these people down here, and it's this guy right here makes the most money. Guy at the top makes the most money. I'm looking at that going, that sounds like the police force I worked for. I said the commissioner of the OPP, nobody makes more money than him. Then he had his deputy commissioners, or, you know, to me, you could say, well, that kind of looks like Dell Computers. Because nobody makes more money than Michael Dell. So you could say, absolutely not. And how do you know it's not a pyramid? You know, because we've got people. How is it that this company is 11 years old? And in this room, we have people in the top 100 income earners in the company worldwide of hundreds of thousands of people. You know what I mean? Yes?
I was just going to say, some people are in the position where I am, too, where my sponsor is not doing the business. She's not making the money that I'm making. So, and some of you might be able to say that. You know?
Yeah, I make more money than the person who brought us in.
Isn't doing the business.
Yeah. So, you know, but the easiest way, like, you know, and just for you guys, everybody to know, the definition of a pyramid is a Ponzi scheme. And the big difference is what makes pyramid schemes or Ponzi schemes illegal is that people put in money and get absolutely nothing in return. No services or goods. When you send money up, do you get something in return? Yeah, we get amazing products. You know, guess what? Every year, I've submitted all my income to Canada Revenue. I claim all my income. I think they would shut me down. You know? So you just say no. But that's just for your own knowledge, that we get, no, because what's a pyramid? Well, that's somewhere we throw money in and you get absolutely no goods or services. No, absolutely not. This isn't a pyramid. But the question is, I love throwing it back. Never been answered right once. What's a pyramid? And they're like, and you just see them start stumbling. Well, you know, that's, you know, and they throw it all out. Then absolutely not, and you move on. If they're being confrontational, I have no time for that. I don't care. You be right, I'll be rich. Off you go. Awesome. Don't miss. You got to get going. It's your overtime shift, right? Off you go. So, all right, but we're pressed for time, so we got to rock. What last question?
When I get that question and I ask them like, what do you mean by that? They say like Amway or Mellon. So how do I come back to that?
Say, I don't know. Can you tell me more about that? What do you mean? Amway, Melaleuca. Is this network marketing? I answer absolutely. What do you know about it? This is the best business model. It is. And this is where you really want to build your knowledge in business network marketing. That's your job. You want a business in this? Guess what? If you owned a Tim Hortons franchise, would you have to know something about donuts? You have to. You got to actually go to Timmy's University. You do. They have it. You know? So this is your business. You got to know about your industry. If you don't, you got to tell yourself, what are you going to do in the next 7 days to bring your knowledge up to a 10 out of 10 in the industry? And that's it. And then you can answer those questions. Is it like Amway? Well, I don't know what you mean. Network marketing? Yeah, but a much better company. I don't, you know, you can just, I'm just saying, I never worked for him. You know, I don't know that company, but can I tell you? This is why I love this company. I never slag another company. You know, I just think it's unprofessional. What I do, you know, can I tell you what I love about this company? Is they got amazing products. You know, this is how much I've been able to generate in quick. I'm getting my products paid for. This is what I'm doing. All I know is it's really simple. A lot of people love the products they're ordering. Hey, if you're interested, let me know. The person's more interested in arguing, disengage. Cut them loose. And that's usually family members, right? We're just going to be honest. All right. So, what? And now, so write that one down, and then we're going to actually work on, what's another one? We got pyramid, don't have time. Anybody get that? Yeah, you're talking to someone business. I don't have the time to do this business. Okay? So, and I got that. A good friend of mine came back from Afghanistan. He was doing a whole bunch of work, and he's like, hey, Mike, you know, we just had twins, and he said, totally appreciate, the offer, but he says, we don't have the time. So I said, hey, Tim, totally respect where you're coming from. Remember? Acknowledge and affirm. But can I ask you a question? How much time would you have if this business was paying you between $3,000 and $4,000 a week? Okay? So what you want to do is gauge that number to whoever you're talking to. If that's too big, what you want to do is you don't have time. A student, I would say, university student, I'd say, how much time would you have if this business could pay you an extra $500 to $1,000 a week? And it was amazing. The answer that you usually got was, whoa, $4,000 to $5,000 a week or whatever. Well, then I'd have the time. So great. So what did we just determine? Is time the issue? No. So I said, hey, Tim, I totally respect that. I said, so, what you're telling me is time's not really the issue. Time is just, what you're telling me is that you're just not sure if you can do what I do. Would you be interested if we could sit down so I actually can explain what we do, and let's see if this is a fit, because I'd love to partner with you. So a lot of the time you're thinking, they don't see the value. They don't believe. When you're also talking, so the time, does that make sense? All right, so what I want you to do right now is we're going to start with the time issue. I want you to just turn to a partner, and literally, I want you to just say that to them. Hey, I totally respect where you're coming from, but can I ask you a question? How much time would you have, if you were earning, and you pick a number, so much a week? Okay, practice that. So pick an A and B person, and just turn. The first person is just going to look at you and say, yeah, sounds great, but I don't have the time. Okay? Go! Okay, switch! Okay, also what I want you to practice with your partner now is the money objection. You wrote that down, we talked about it, so it could either be gonna jam a fork in my eye. Sorry. So what you want to do is the money objection is ask about it. Wow, that sounds expensive. Don't the person who's making the objection, try to be a little easy and give them. This is an environment to succeed, so you don't just have to slam them down every time. You're not that person. You're actually interested, and so you can try the feel, felt, found, or you can try the other one that I said, hey, if I can show you a way where you can do this and save money and reach your goals, is that something that interests you? So practice that and see how it feels, okay? Go. No chit-chat.
Yeah, oh yeah. Seems like probably have What you're trying to achieve. So what
No, honestly, then when you put
yeah, the more like
All right. How's that going? Honestly. Anybody here, like, is anybody using a different one? Like, you don't have to use these. These are just examples. But if you find something that's working for you, like, you know, I heard a great one over here. It's just like someone says, you know what, I don't think I can afford that. And she just said, you know, I totally understand where you come from, but do you think you can afford $10 a day? That's a Starbucks, baby. You know, and a biscotti. Like, you know, when you put that into perspective, $10 a day. All of a sudden she goes, yeah, well, I might be able to do that. Awesome. Do we have something for them? You know? Yes, Katie.
I often have one come up similar to that, but it also says, but I also have to make my meals for my kids. So it's like, I'd like to do it, but I have a family to feed. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, you know what? At that point, I'm saying, yeah. Like, what's your health worth? And, you know, honestly, if someone's dealing with a health issue, you know, sometimes you have to speak from the heart, not being cruel by any means, but honestly, I'd be like, Katie, I know, but let's focus on you. What are you going to do for yourself? And I understand that your kids, but this also offers great nutrition for your kids. But what is your, you know, if not now, then when? And what do you think your health is going to cost you further down the road, right? And, you know, and what I think one of the key points is you really want to make that engagement is, yeah, I totally hear where you're coming from them. I totally understand where you're coming from. But so what do you think is doable? We're going to have a conversation. I'm not just here to try to slam it. Like, honestly, Katie, let's see how we can make this work for you. And yes, you do have to still shop for the kids, you know, and yeah, so one of the key things. Does that help out with that?
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. So, all right, on that note, just in, you know, very, very key. And one of the things that we're going to talk about is when you're getting into objections, I really want to talk to you about the value of transitioning into probably one of the most important tools, but yet the most underutilized, is the three-way call. Okay, and we're going to use this. You know, it's amazing. This is so key because what you want to do is you want to get the whole purpose of a three-way call is you get someone on the phone who has more experience. They're the expert. They're the expert for it, you know, and they get to answer questions you get to learn. So when you're looking at the three-way call, you want to ensure, first of all, you got three-way calling on your phone. Really helps. I've actually had people call me three-way call and said, okay, great, and they're all like, okay, yeah, I don't know what to do, I don't have it. And I'm like, okay, give me all the numbers, and it's a pain, right? You know, I'm like, okay, you know, this person's waiting for the call. Ensure you got three-way calling on your phone. Sounds basic but important. And a long-distance plan, because, you know, once again, we're going to be doing business. North American long-distance plan, I think it's $20 a month. So the key thing is you want to find 2 or 3 people that will do three-way calls with you. People who just have as much experience or more, if you've got some. It doesn't have to be an upline person or a leader in your upline. You could go, I do calls with my sister. I will do calls with other people who have experience. The one thing to look at this, as your teams grow, we have to be reasonable. You want to find certain people. There's only one Mike and there's only one Robin, and so we can't do calls for everybody. So you want to try to tie in, or, you know, certain leaders, like same with Janie and Michelle. But you want to find 2 or 3 people that you can go to that are going to help and are going to be able to, answer some of those objections, be able to, that have a bit more experience. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's talk about the three-way call. You're going to do three-way calls. First of all, they're very, very powerful. It's amazing what to do. Welcome calls. Someone joins you in this business. Somebody even jumps on the product. Sometimes very powerful when you get to do. It's like an introduction call. Hey, wow, you know what? So I'm talking to Lorraine. Lorraine, it's really excited to get you started on these programs. I know you want to do the program first before you look at the business, but I'd love to introduce you to one of my business partners so that if you can't get a hold of me for any reason, perhaps you'll also have someone else to go to if you have any questions while you're doing your program. Yeah, as you see, I'm getting them on the phone. I'm not saying, hi, Sherry, I would like to set you up for a three-way. No. We think that way. Hey, we'll talk to everybody. Hey, JD, can you do a three-way? I got one at 3 o'clock. Honestly, but we'll talk this way. But a new person who doesn't know what you're talking about, you got to get rid of that lingo. She's like, my husband's on his way to punch you in the face. But so honestly, what you want to do is it's just a natural way of transitioning. I just like to say it's kind of like, if I'm sitting here with John and all of a sudden we're talking about, motors and he's talking to something about his dirt bike's not working or his ATV's not working, I'll go, hey, I'm not sure what, we're looking at it. I don't know what I'm talking about. Hey, but let me get a good buddy of mine on the phone. He's really handy with this stuff. It's as simple as that. Don't make it, because people will be leery if they feel that, oh, here comes a hard sale. Someone else to just pressure me and say no. So we just really, honestly, we can be talking. If I was talking with John and maybe we're having lunch and he's asking me a question, and I may text and say, hey, give me a second. I'm going to just check one of my business partners. But that's a great question, John. So for an objection, I might say, wow, you know what, is this product good for diabetics? You know what, John, that's an awesome question. So you know what, I'd love to get a good friend of mine who coached me on the program, Jeannie Snellgrove. I think she'd be able to answer that. Let's see if this is a fit for you. You got it? So if it's not at this time, I may say, awesome, what time are you available tonight? I'm going to text her and see if she's available. And let's find out. Does that make sense? It's a much more relaxed way of getting someone on the phone to get their questions answered. So I'd love to get you on the phone with someone. And I'm going to tell you, this three-way calls will absolutely explode your business. You're bringing someone on the phone who's an expert who gives third-party validation to everything you're doing, because then they're going to hear another success story, possibly even more. They're going to talk to someone about the products. If it's product-based or business-based, you absolutely want to do that. So these are the times you want to do. You want to do three-way calls all the time. I'm doing, like here they even say part-time, you're probably doing 3 a day. Full-time, and that's like 6 to 8 hours a day if you're doing this full-time. Part-time is like 2 to 4 hours a day. And I'm telling you, to me, this was the simple way of doing business. I wasn't a very studious person in school, so I'm thinking all I got to do is get someone on the phone and get their questions answered, and this was where my apprenticeship. So if your people start getting on the phone, that's where they're going to learn. Does that make sense? Because, if they're, and first of all, if you're not bringing your people to a three-way call, they're never going to bring anybody to a call with you. You got to show them the process of how to do this business. I can't count how many times people have said, hold on, Mike, let me get this. You introduced me to this product, this program or business. I ask you a question. You don't know the answer. You put me on the phone with someone else. They answer my question, and you're making money. I'm like, yeah, pretty cool, eh? And they're like, I can do that. And that is the response you want. I can do that. That's a simple system. If you're the expert who's always answering all the questions, I'm guaranteeing you there's people you're talking to who are going, I can't do that, and I don't want to do that. I have no interest in becoming a nutritionist. None. But I know a lot of people on our team, so that's why we tie into it. Do we learn more about the products? Absolutely. I can't use the I don't know anymore. We built our first 3 years. I don't know, but let me get you on the phone. And that's it. Honestly, this is key. Someone's asking you a question. That's a great question. But I don't know. I'd love to get you on the phone with one of my business partners or someone who coached me. Very, very key. Michelle, do you got to, you know, I know we were talking back there and you had a couple other options. Does that help out with that? Three-way calls. Just get them on the phone. Hey, and then we're going to talk. I'm just going to go into you know, what you do on the three-way call. But we were talking earlier about a couple methods that you use that have been just absolutely rocking it. Can you share that?
Absolutely, and certainly I have to thank Ryan Vanderpool because he really brought this out in a call he did just a few weeks ago, and then he shared it again yesterday at the Max Out training. But the key is to set the person up first. You know, it's like we set the sale. We also have to set them up for a three-way call, and one way that he really did it is to ask them for permission to set them up for success when you're just starting them on the product. That way, when you then launch into a three-way call, it's not just out from left field, because you can say, oh, I'd like to set you up for success, and you know, on this call, do you mind if I get a business partner on that can share with you to help answer the questions you have? Because you're going to have questions. You know, everybody has questions when they get started on the products and the business, and why not have somebody that also helped you get started, help them? And you know, for the new people here, and for the people that have new people on their team, one way that I've been really using this effectively recently is the new people that are starting the business, they're then bringing me on the phone right away. So they're starting with, you know, and Melanie, who's in the U.S., who's watching this today, she's been great at this. She's been saying, you know, hey, Pam, I'm just getting started with this great business opportunity. I'm so excited about it. I'd really like to get you on a call with Michelle, who really introduced me to this, because she's who answered my questions, and I know she's going to help us answer your questions. And it's a training tool for her, because now Melanie is listening to me talk to this person, and I'm now empowering Melanie to be able to share the products, to share the vision, to share what Isagenix can do. So I'm, A, helping her enroll people, but I'm also training at the same time, which is a great way to effectively use your time. And so I think that's a great way to really use the three-way call. And also, you know, to as Mike says before in the past, you know, is to kind of have them in your back pocket when you're talking to somebody and, you know, it does come up to a question you don't know, is to have maybe somebody standing by. You don't need them always on the call with you, but it's like, hey, Mike, I'm going to be talking to somebody at 9 o'clock. If something comes up I don't know how to answer, can I give you a call for 5 minutes to help me answer the questions? So Mike's not coming on the call necessarily right then, but if I run into a glitch or if something's not jiving or I just don't know, I know I've got Mike standing there ready. You know, he could carry on with his stuff, but he's also available when it comes. And I find those two ways have really been great recently in exploding and building. And it is true, when you don't use them, your team won't use them. And I'm definitely, you know, that's been something that I've really taken to heart recently. I didn't use the three-way call. I really have now. And it's been an amazing, amazing change. So
awesome. Just get it. And just like you're a six-figure earner. Yes. Got clue. Clue. Awesome. No, honestly, but you really want to write down. Yeah, give it up for Michelle. And that key right there, write that down. Honestly, where I do work in my office, I've got questions right in front of my face, because you know when you're engaging with people on the phone, you're talking. There's certain questions that pop out, and that is the one that you want to put up there. Do I have your permission to set you up for success? Question mark. So when they're ready to get going, okay, awesome. I'm already like, okay. They're excited about everything right there. That is amazing. Huge, huge nugget. Do I have your permission to set you up for success? They say no? All right. Awesome. Okay, so what we're going to talk about is that three-way call. Very important how you do it. Okay, and what we've done is you schedule the call. So now, and over this next 90 days, honestly, if you want to blast your business, you are going to get tight with your schedule, and you're going to say, okay, who am I talking to? And I'm going to start, you know, making sure I've got my 2 to 3 people that I can do calls with. Okay, you're my go-to person when I've got someone answering questions. We've even, like Robin and I, even are doing three-way calls when we're bringing our people to other calls. You know, so we found people that we can take people because it's that third-party validation. Can we answer pretty much most of the questions? Yes. But guess what? It's the process. I want to show them how to do this business. The fastest way and the easiest way. And it's through this. So once again, you're going to schedule the call. So one of the best ways, if someone is trying to schedule calls with us, I usually try to ask them, get 2 times from the person that you want to schedule the call with, and most of the time, like 99% of the time, we make it happen. Then what you want to do is great. You confirm with your guest they're getting on. Then, so you confirm with the guest. Then you call the expert first. Very important. Call the expert first so that if there's any changes or updates to this person's, what they're interested in or what you're going to hit on, you can take 2 minutes before the call and say, hey, all of a sudden they're really excited and they started asking me about the business, or, you know, this is the issue, they're really concerned about the products, this is what. So this is where you get to update the expert without having the guest on the phone. Don't do that to the expert. Okay? So then what you do is then, all right, let's tie in, we'll bring on the guest, and then what you do is you edify the expert first. So what you want to do is, and for the people who are going to be doing calls, you will be doing calls, you want to just create like maybe a 4-point, 4 or 5-point intro, like, you know, just points of introducing yourself so that if you're sending it to one of your team members, hey, this is what you can say about it. You know, for myself, it's like, hey, you know, Mike Robin with Isagenix for, you know, last 4.5 years. He's a retired police officer. Robin was a massage therapist. You know, they're in the top 100 incomers in the company, and, you know, now they've, you know, whatever. It could be, you know, so whatever the key things you may want to put in there about you. Oh, and they've got a family of 4. You know, you want to make that, you know, they got 4 kids still living at home, all that kind of stuff, right? So just, you know, 4 quick points so that we can create some rapport. And then you're going to edify the guest. Give them a couple key points. Don't just say, hey, you know, this is Jenny. All right, take it. I got nothing. Hey, this is Jenny. Hey, I want to let you know I'm really excited to connect you to. She's a single mom of 2. And she's really excited about the products, but she's also, you know, if she gets great results, she thinks she'd really love to do this as a business, and I'm really excited to partner with her because I think she has amazing people skills. Edify that person, why you'd be excited to be working with them. Or if it's just product, I'm just so excited to work with Jenny because, you know, we're going to absolutely rock her results and take her whole health to the next level. She's an awesome person. I love her to death, or whatever. But what you want to do is edify the person, because when you give something on the guest, it allows the expert to tie into something. If they're a parent, they've got kids, the first thing we're going to do is, remember we went back to CAPI, you know, create common ground. Then what you do is after you do the edifying, you're going to turn it over to the expert, and you're going to hit mute. And you're literally not going to jump in on the call when they're talking. Mute. And this is where I love it. We learn. This is our apprenticeship. This is where we learn, you know, so much. I just start taking notes. Oh, that's how they answer that. But what the job of the expert is, and you'll see, is they're going to create common ground. The whole CAPI again. They're going to affirm the person. Oh, how old are your children? That's amazing. How long have you been doing that? That's awesome. And then next thing you know, oh, you've got 4 kids. Wow, you must be awesome at managing your time, or, you know, whatever it is. And then they're going to create rapport very quickly, or common ground. Then they're going to come around and share with them and start talking and answering their questions. Does that make sense? And then when the expert will usually bring them around and try to close them and turn it back over to you to take the order. So say, awesome, it's been great chatting with you, and we're talking 15 minutes. That's where you want to get it to. You know, we do 3-way calls. Sometimes I was on there 40 minutes. You know, I was excited. All right, let me tell you everything. You know, but you learn it, right? But no, ideally you want to look at about 15 minutes, and then we're going to turn the call back over to you and say, hey, awesome. Hey, Jamie, you know, or if I was talking to Janie, say, awesome, Jenny, you know, these are a couple recommendations I'd make, and then, great, I'm gonna turn it back over to John. so we can take down all your information and get this placed. And I'm looking forward to hearing your results. And if for any reason, sometimes I'll do that. I'll say, if you can't get a hold of John, you know what, John, can you make sure that you forward my email address to them? So if you can't get a hold of me, you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me. And I'm looking forward to hearing about your results. Boom. On. You see, there's incredible value. Or if it's business, answer those questions. Does that make sense? Awesome. What we're going to do right now, and that's something that you want to practice. That edification is key. If you don't edify that person and you don't edify the expert, you're setting the call up to fail. Because when you edify the expert, the other person on the phone's, the first question that they're not asking you, but it's going through their head, why the hell should I listen to this person? So you've got to let them know. This is what the person, they coached me. This is what I did. They're absolutely phenomenal. They're, you know, whatever their, you know, that reason for listening to the call. And it's huge. So right now, what time is it? 11:45. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay? So 10-minute break, and we're going to get started because the next two pieces are absolutely phenomenal. So 10-minute break. Be back at 5:02. Ready, set, go. Be break at home too. Check that out. Good stuff. It's E-shot time, baby.
I'm sure everybody is.
Oh yeah, come on over. No, that's okay. That's okay. We're just gonna, because we offer it. Watch this. Okay.
How's it going? One is two.
They're secrets.
Secret.
Oh my God! Hey, yeah, sure.
Oh. I'm going to take it into my seats already. I can't fit in these. Look at I know they're crazy. Time for new ones. One second. It's okay.
No, it's actually
How are you doing, dog? No way. Speak to all the kids. I love it. Nice overall. We're, you know, I think it's about saying something about this next 90-day program. You know, us, you know, we're launching this next, you know, this next 90 days, we're launching this max out it's absolutely So is this for the team or is this created with the prospect? Team vitality or you just put it on?
Mike, can I grab you for a sec? Just because she's a profile. So I'm doing this really has to change. But I really want to
But I won't. She won't connect with me, Jody, unless you make the initial
I will, but
connection.
I can do it because I'm already on the
Okay, so this is the deal. If she's open to look at information, she looks at information and then she comes back to you, then I'll give a call. She has to look at information. Like, you know, and just because, like, you don't want to bring it, yeah, so we'll do this. But if she's interested, say, yeah, come look at this. Look, you go to the websites, and if she's interested, let's do a call.
So I don't know what attachments or whatever. She's really quite perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay. Perfect.
So, okay. So I just wanted to make sure. All right. I'll make it happen. I'll make it happen.
I know. That's a great question. Sales? This isn't about selling. No, because I just take it as selling. You know what? That's all I got. I tell you, I'm not out there trying to make sales. I talk to them. People ask, yeah, great. Yeah, absolutely. It's like about they're not pushing on sales, and people have amazing results, and it's amazing. Up and out. People are asking, like, because it's nothing amazing. And they say, no, it's amazing.
it's huge. Yeah, that's That's what you say. Also have. Just say. Okay, that's good. Yeah, and if they ever want to get like Molson, yeah. All right, we're gonna get started. Ladies and gentlemen, very short. Got a couple of really exciting things coming up. All right. Grab your seats, and we're going into the home stretch here. So just let you know, we've covered a lot of skill sets here, and I tell you, this whole Max Out program, you know what, even though, you know, some of this might say, wow, it's the basics. It is the basics. But we are really talking about taking your business at whatever level it is right now and shifting it. You're going to see more people break records in the next 90 days because we're locking arms. And this is what we want to do. We want to really get focused and get really driven on what we're going to be doing every day. And these, you know, the next speaker is going to assist you on more systems. We're bringing up like key things that you're really going to want to take notes on for this next 90 days. Is it possible, like, I know there's people in this room that are going to max out. You know, absolutely, max out. And there's other people who are going to take their businesses to 6 figures. It's going to absolutely transform your business if you're willing to apply it. That's a key thing. You have to apply it. If you don't, then, you know, you're just going to stay where you're at. You know, and that's what I love about this is, you know, we found someone who's done it and asked her how to do it. And we've been bugging Susan, hey, Janie, for over 1.5 years to put this playbook together. So you're going to want to, when we talk about the 3-star playbook, it's at that website, isetteamsuccess.com. Get there. There's a PDF version. Download it. That is amazing. So without further ado, I want to bring up this next rock star. I've had the opportunity to work with this woman. She's incredibly inspiring. You know, she's a healthcare fitness trainer. She's not only that, she's an amazing business coach. She also coached the 2013 Grand Prize Isobody champion. She brought her in, and literally her transformation, Kellyanne Zander, has been amazing. She's helping literally hundreds and hundreds of people not only transform their body physically, but she's also incredibly passionate about helping young women and families develop
a full-time income working part-time hours from home. I think she's an absolute rock star and a great friend. So let's bring up Tina Gray.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Mike, for that great introduction. So, are you guys excited?
Yeah.
Excited. Amazing. I'm so excited, and I want to give you guys like a big, hands up for being here, because it just speaks volumes to your dedication, your commitment, and really, the fact that you really care enough to really learn, so that you really can get out there and change people's lives, because that's what this is really what it's ultimately about, right? Awesome. So let me ask you a question. How many of you here have signed anyone up? Signed up an associate? Woo! Awesome. So some of us are new, and you're kind of looking at me like, why would you ask that? Why would we be here? Well, how many of you have had someone discontinue or stop? Well, what if I could go through some steps with you that could help you keep almost all or all of your people going, putting the products into their body? Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yes.
Yes. And would it be amazing if those people who get started with the hope of maybe doing something for themselves with the business would actually take hold and fly the way that you believe that they can? Because a lot of times people come into Isagenix and they're very interested in perhaps making an income or just paying for their product, or they want to do more than that. They have a hope and you have belief in them, but that belief isn't really there for them. But if they got plugged into the system the correct way and felt like they were really part of something, then they would turn it into something so incredible that they'd be so happy to share, and it wouldn't be like work at all. It's not network marketing, it's not fun marketing as far as I'm concerned, because that's really what it's all about. But what it comes down to is the basics and the foundation. If they're not started right from the get-go, and they don't really see and feel that, then the chances are that they're not going to continue. And that's what I'm here today to share with you, is how we can follow the 8 steps. We can get people started right from the very first minute and keep them, keep them going. Does that sound good? Awesome. So it comes down to, when you ask what are the 8 steps, how many of you have heard of the 8 steps? Okay. So some of us haven't heard of the 8 steps, which is okay, because that's what we're here to learn. And how many of you have followed the 8 steps consistently, thoroughly, every single time, with every single person? No one's hands up. Oh my gosh. Okay. Mine's not up either, because I've made some mistakes as well. Okay. I haven't always followed through. So what I'd like to do with you is go through, I get to use a clicker. I don't even know what to do. I'll push the button in the, thanks, hon. Awesome. All right, so we're going to go through launching a new associate, okay, from step 1 all the way through. So this is a process that can take, from start to finish about 60 to 90 minutes, okay, on our part. If you have someone who's a real rock star, they've already said, absolutely, I would like to earn an income with this. They're ready to fly. It may be a little bit more time. Okay, for how many of you 60 to 90 minutes sounds like a long time? Okay, so there's a couple hands going up. But what if that 60 to 90 minutes starting that person, that person turns into a 6-figure earner in your team? Would that be worth the 60 to 90 minutes? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's a great investment of our time. Okay, and they deserve that, because they've said, you know what, I trust you. I'm open to this and I'm trusting you. I'm going to make this investment initially to get going. We owe them that. We owe them at least that 60 to 90 minutes. It's like the instruction manual as far as I'm concerned. Like, have you ever gone out and bought a barbecue or bought something and you get it home and there's no manual? Wouldn't it be nice if kids came with manuals? So what is really cool about the 8 steps is it's your instruction manual. Okay, from start to finish. If you follow it from start to finish, the person that you're getting started, they're going to feel like they know exactly what they need to do before they get their box. They're going to know exactly what's involved. They're going to feel supported, encouraged, and they're going to feel empowered. And I think that's one of the things that I've learned is most important, is that a lot of times we get into enabling people, okay, and enabling our cleansers and enabling some business partners. We really want to set people up to have them feel empowered from the very first minute. If they've made an agreement that they're going to do something to transform their bodies and their lives, them feeling enabled is not going to allow them to fly, to soar. I can trust you. Kellyanne did not feel enabled. She felt empowered. She was ready to roll. And we have so many people that they need to feel empowered from the very first minute. And that's what I love about the 8 steps, is that it really allows them to feel that way from the very first minute. It's up to us to give them the tracks to run on. Okay, they're agreeing to trust us in this. They're agreeing to get going. They're making the investment.
And we really, it's up to us to set them up for success for the very first minute. Why would we do the 8 steps? Anyone know why we might want to follow the 8 steps and follow it thoroughly? Systemized, exactly. Sorry? They work completely. Consistency.
And to duplicate it, to push it downstream, so they are going to do it.
Completely, to duplicate it. So once people do follow the 8 steps, or they do follow their system, they get the results, they're feeling amazing, people are talking to them, they know what to do. All right, you're going to still support them, obviously, and help them with their people. But they're not going to feel like completely lost, like, oh my gosh, I don't even know where to start, this is scary. I don't really want to do this. So it really does allow people to feel that they have, that support there. It also increases retention, because as I said, we all have people who have decided not to continue with the products, and how it's a sad thing, because number one, they're not getting that nutrition in their body, but also because the potential of where they could have gone with it, may have been dropped, because it may have been that they didn't feel the support they needed, they didn't know what to do, they didn't have, what was in place for them in order to be able to really take this all the way for themselves and their families, which is, ultimately what it's about. We really want, how many of you have had an incredible experience with your Isagenix? Great, and don't we want every single person to have that experience? How many of you have met someone who said, oh, well, I did Isagenix before, but you know what, it didn't really work for me? Right, and a lot of times, when I've met people like that, I've said, well, did you have someone coaching you? And sometimes they'll say no. Or, sometimes they just didn't feel like they had the support. It was like going to the health food store, buying a cleanse off the shelf, getting it home and not knowing what to do. And then, day 3, they're in the bathroom 24/7. They're like, is it supposed to be like that? No, it's not supposed to be like that. You want to have that support system. So it's really, really important that we, have everyone experience Isagenix in a very positive way. And the 8 steps is really great, for helping us do that. Also, do you think if everyone had their auto ship paid for that they would fall off? No. So it's so important for us to teach them from the get-go what we're obligated to tell them as far as the bonuses go, what they are available to, what's available to them to receive as far as the rebates and the bonuses. Because if their auto ship is paid for, that money objection is not even going to be an objection because they're not paying for it. And then they can help other people do the same. And it's just going to continue to go, snowball, which is what we want, right? All right, as well, as I mentioned, just about empowering people and not enabling them. So as I go through the 8 steps, I want you to put a little thought to who have you gotten started, who have you perhaps not done the 8 steps with, and maybe make a little note if someone's name pops into your mind, because it would be a great idea to, we're doing a restart. This whole max out is about, it's not about, completely forgetting the people that we've already got going and that we're partnered with, but it's about doing a bit of a restart. We want to bring everyone up to speed with where we're at. So what a great idea would it be to go back to all the people who you have shared Isagenix with before, business partners, associates, whatever, wherever they're at, even if they're inactive, and just say, look, you know what, I just want to share something with you. I'm part of this great training. I've realized that there's maybe a few things I missed with you, and I owe it to you to share this with you. And then you could re-step people. You could re-8-step people and possibly get them back going again, have them take it to a next level. You never know what could happen, but let's just be open to how could we go back and share this with the people we've already gotten started. And moving forward now, getting ourselves set up, so every time we have someone who we're sharing this with, we know what our system is. It's not work, because it just flows. Sound good? Okay. All right. So, you want to push the button, or do you want me to do it? Okay, so we're going to go through the 8 steps to success. So Mike mentioned something, and Michelle mentioned something very, very important, and it's the magic question. So the first step of launching an associate is to ask that person the magic question. They've said, you know what, this looks great. I really could, benefit from, having some results, with my body and perhaps earning a little bit of extra cash. The question is, do I have your permission to set you up for success? Okay? And they mentioned it when you were doing in reference to a 3-way call. It's a great question to ask. But I really feel that which is great, and I really feel that when you're doing an enrollment with someone and you're getting them signed up with their account, it's the first question you want to ask them. And the reason is that I'm on page 17 of the playbook. So if you guys have your playbook, you can refer to this if you'd like to as well, and you can make notes there or just in your notebook, whichever works. I'm not going to go through every single little point because I know that I stay respectful of your time here today. but I'm going to just make a few things that you might want to note down. So if they've said, well, obviously they're going to say yes. Not too many people are going to say no. Okay, most of them are going to say yes. And that's where you can go into asking them, you know what, when you start seeing and feeling results, you know, from using Isagenix, there's going to be one of three things that are going to happen. And first thing is you're going to get great results. People are going to ask you, oh my gosh, what are you doing? And if you'd like, you can refer them to me because I'd be happy to support and help them and get them going. Number two, you know, people are going to notice. They're going to say, you know, oh my goodness, what's happening with you? I'd love to, you know, get something like that going for myself as well. What is this all about? I can help you get them started, and you can start to get your products paid for. We can teach them how to do the same. Or number three, people are going to be like, whoa, dude, what's going on? You know, things are really changing, and people are going to be asking you. You can decide if you want to go beyond getting your products paid for and perhaps earn an extra, you know, residual income or part-time income by sharing something that you're so passionate about that's worked for you. Wherever you are, where do you see yourself in, you know, one of those three things? Someone would be like, well, you know, I might just want to get started right now. Great. That's fantastic. I'm going to help you get started. Now, one thing that I would like to share with you is that we have a rebate program. And I know you've mentioned that you just want to get results, but I'm obligated to tell you about the rebates that we have available. And then that's where you would go through the ACDME. Does that make sense to you? Okay. If you went, how many here have big screen TVs? How many of you maybe got a rebate or got a discount or had, you know, got it on sale or something like that? You guys are shopping for discounts. All right, awesome. So here's the thing. If you went and spent like $2 grand on a big screen TV and there was like a, you know, $370 rebate or $520 rebate, and you got it home and nobody told you about that, how happy would you be? Not very, okay? So a lot of times we think, oh, they don't want to hear about the business. They deserve to know about it. They deserve to know about the rebates that are available to them because we all know, even though at first maybe we weren't open to it, about day 3 or 4, there was no talking about the business because people were asking you, what is going on? Do you agree on that? Great. So it's really, really important to share that with them. Okay, I'm obligated to share this with you. You can decide where you want to go with it and what you'd like to do, and I'll help you. I'll support you in any way. But this is what I would like to tell you about. This is what's available to you. Now that you've opened your account and you're getting going with Isagenix, this is a possibility. How cool is that? And then you share with them as Janie taught you. Sound good? All right. Second step is to show them the U plus 2, them plus 2. Oh, there. So you know what? It's actually written out a little bit different than it is in the playbook. We're just going to go through each step because all of them are very, very important. And the order is, you know, pretty much the same. The next one would be the welcome email. I should go sit there. So the welcome email is really important because it helps people feel connected, all right? And that goes out to people immediately. As soon as you put them into the system, they're going to get an email back from Isagenix anyways to say that their order has been processed, right? So how awesome is it going to be that the very next email that comes to them is going to be the one from you that welcomes them to the team, says, congratulations, I'm so excited you're getting started, you know, letting them know some of the pertinent information. If you do not have a welcome email that's customized, reach out to your upline leader, whoever that may be, because most of them are fairly consistent with what's involved in the email. I think that a note I want to make is that Mike talked about 3-way calls. If you've had a 3-way call with someone who is signing up and getting going as a result of that 3-way call, CC that person in the email. Because it would be great for that person who did the call with them to say, oh, you know what, we're so glad you're part of the team. You know, just let me know if, you know, we can't get a hold of Katie and I can be there to support you, please let me know because I will do so. All right? Okay. And just so you know, I think we'll be around a little bit after, so if you guys do have some questions, we can get to some of the specifics after as well. But the email is really, really key to plug them in, get them feeling excited, getting them feeling connected, and you know that's going to really help them to get incredible results with their products. And as well, it gives them things to look at, so that you know when you've mentioned in there about a couple of videos to have a viewing of a few things to keep in mind, they're set up for success even before their box arrives. So they're excited. It's like Christmas when they get their box. You know, it's like, isn't it fun when you? I love UPS drivers. I love you too, babe, but I love the UPS and the trucks because it's like, yay, our stuff is here, which is great. All right, so the next one is to do the welcome call. And the welcome call, can be done. There are many teams that are doing a group welcome call, which is fantastic. It's a one time a week. Janie's has a call on Tuesday nights, sometimes Thursday nights. She has it in her Facebook group as well, and if you wanted to know when that is, you can reach out to Janie on Facebook. But I know for Michelle, our team is doing one as well on a Wednesday night. It's 15 to 20 minutes. It's an overview of what they can keep in mind as they're getting started. And what this does is, again, we want to systemize things. You don't want to be spending a ton of time on the phone, replicating things that are already done, because we want to teach people that this can be done in the pockets of our life. So if we're spending 5 or 6 hours a week welcome calling people, welcome calling other people, our teammates, people, it's very time consuming. So use the welcome calls that are available. All right, and for more information on that, again, you can Facebook message Janie Snellgrove. With Michelle Dickey, we've got one happening as well with our team on Wednesday nights. Okay? All right, so the next step would be to walk through the site with the person. Again, this is exciting. For $29, they get this whole back office. It's got all this really cool stuff. Kathy Coover even comes out and says hello. Like, how cool is that? So you want to get on the phone with them and say, when are you available to be online the same time as me for 15 or 20 minutes? Okay, it can take 15 minutes tops, really. And that's where you'll show them how to log into their back office. You'll go in with them. You'll talk them through. There's the tutorial videos, which are fantastic. You show them the top My Account, how to change any of the information, their password, if they need to change their address, if a credit card expiry changes, they can go in there and change it there. Talk them through orders, how they can go in and modify their auto ship order, how that works. You explain to them a little bit more about, wholesale orders, what that means, but keep them going through the steps just to show them basically. You don't have to spend, you could spend 2 hours doing it or more. It's 15 minutes. It's just an overview so that it's kind of like a new video game. They can go in and just start playing around with it and then see what they can figure out. Okay? All right. And then measurements, photos, IsoBody challenge. This one's pretty dear to me. Obviously, I think that everyone should be entered in the IsoBody challenge. All right? It is a fantastic tool because it offers support, encouragement, accountability on so many levels. And the measurements in the photo are so key. A lot of times people don't want to take their before shot. And believe me, I think I've posted mine once in 3 years. And I still look at it, and it puts me in a, it puts me back. I'm so grateful because it puts me back to where I was, and I'm so grateful I'm not in that place. And it was really hard doing that photo. It is so important to get it because things change so fast. Don't you think that when you get Isagenix in your body, things start shifting so quickly? And if you didn't have that before photo, you wouldn't have that to reflect to see how far you've come. And that's what you want to share with your people is, I know it's hard right now because you're not really feeling like you're doing this because you're not feeling great about this, about where you are perhaps, but it'll be great to reflect and see how far you've come because things are going to change, and that's what you can tell people. And regardless if it's a weight loss journey, energy and performance, healthy aging, because things change. We go to event after event, and people look younger all the time. So it's really cool to have those photos to refer back. And measurements are really, really important because Susan made a point yesterday that when people lose, I think it was 3 pounds, 3 inches to every 2 pounds, or every 1 pound of body fat. I always tell people anyways, the measurements, like I'd like you to just get off the scale, but the measurements are really important, okay? Because they tell the story. When you are increasing lean muscle, you're decreasing body fat, ridding toxicity out of your body, you're going to start to shrink. Things are going to start to get more dense, more tight, and things are going to start to shrink. So that's why it's important to do the measurements, all right, so that you can refer to the measurements, not just the weight. That's why it's important. Okay? All right, and then with the IsoBody challenge, when you go through the back office, you can show them that that's where they'll sign up for it, and just talk them through that briefly. Mention about the prizes. There's 3 different categories, plus there's a Grand Transformation Challenge as well. Every month when they enter their measurements, for up to 4 months, at the end of the 4 months, they're going to get a $200 certificate for products, so free groceries, because they're putting their measurements in and they're getting healthier. And you get a cool T-shirt. Thumbs up on the T-shirt. Okay, so the IsoBody challenge is awesome. And even, to do consecutive challenges, just keep going. I know there's a lot of us who've been in Isagenix for a long time, and we just keep doing it. It's just what you do. I mean, it's there and it's available. Why not participate? And have your teammates all participate too. All right. New videos on isoproduct.com. So it's a good idea to check out yourself to know what's available as resources for people. Things have changed. Every time we have a major event, they're usually updating videos. And if you haven't looked at those in the last 2 to 3 months, I encourage you to spend a little time. Go through ISA products, see what supports are available. PDFs, audios, videos, there's so much there for people. And then if someone says, I'm having a challenge with this, boom, you have something to send them to. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Our company has spent, millions and millions of dollars on these supports for us, so you need to know what's there. So go in and check it out. And the same with iSamovie, I think Mike mentioned. If you haven't watched the videos lately, they've updated them. They're phenomenal. Check them out so that you have those to send people to. You could be talking to someone and they might mention something and you'll think, you know what, oh, I bet you they'd really like that Enterprising Women video, or definitely need to see the START video. So you have those to refer. And when it comes to, again, setting them up from the beginning with getting going on the product, there's a really great 30-day cleanse coaching video, which is 7 minutes long. And when people see that, they're even more excited to get their box because they just can't wait to get going. They start setting themselves up at home, clearing out the kitchen, getting things in place for snacks, all of that. So it's a great tool. It's a great tool. And then the last step is to do the product overview. So that is where, when you send your welcome email, it's a great important thing to put, please call me when your box arrives. That increases the excitement, okay, so that when they get their box, they're going to give you a call, email, or text, and be like, you know what, it's here, I got my box, great. When do you have 10 minutes? I'm going to talk you through. So all you'll do is you tell them, have a Sharpie marker, have your tracking sheet available. I'm going to talk you through step by step. And that's where, again, you don't have to go every little detail, cleanse coaching detail. Have you watched the video? If they haven't watched the video, ask them to go watch the video. Okay, make sure that you do that. And then you can talk them through the color grades, what's in the box. Because at first it can be overwhelming when you get your first box, right? So just to help them go through and see, okay, accelerator, oh, purple lid. Okay, IsoFlash, okay, yellow lid. All right, just to help them get set up that way. There's one other thing I wanted to mention is that even when you're doing that welcome email, and I said to forward, to CC it to an upline, it does not have to be financially linked. If you, again, are doing 3-way calls, like we're all in one team, Isagenix, I think that you've realized that we are all here to help each other and to help each other's people. So when you have someone who you've done a 3-way call, it doesn't have to be, your own personal financially linked team. It can be anyone else. But when you send a CC email, it can be to someone else as well. Just anyone who is going to help support your person in their journey so that they're going to get the ultimate, success. I think there was just one more thing. When it comes to the website, this is my last point. I want to back up to that. When it comes to your website, why do you think it's so important to walk them through that website?
Well, for example, if you're showing them, say, the income tree, they're digging around, they're going to see people getting enrolled underneath them.
Exactly. That's a great reason. And another one is that you are the CEO of your own business. Who wants to be a receptionist? Who wants to place orders for people? Who wants to control everyone's auto ship? We don't have to do that because we can empower them to do this for themselves. So by following the 8 steps, showing them from the get-go, how things operate, and now what they've actually become a part of, it's going to really get them excited, ensure their success, and really, really help you guys get systemized and really grow your businesses. All right, thanks. All right, so I have I get to bring back up someone who is very dear to my heart because she is the one who actually gave me the call. We've been friends for about 6 years, and she'd seen me go through some really rough spells, and she called me. And she was the one who really believed in me. And when you tell people, I'm going to max out this thing, I'm taking this all the way, and I want to take, 10 people, 9 people to 6 figures, and I want you to be one of them. Don't ever think that that doesn't do something inside of them, because this woman said it to me, and she's right. And I've got my people here who I've said it to, who they believe, they know I believe in them, and they're going all the way too. So thank you, Michelle.
Fantastic. Alrighty. I'm going to make sure I can. Yes, this is exciting, and I know we've really listened to a lot of things. So thanks, Janie, Mike, Tina, for some great training already this morning. But it is my pleasure to really get going into the exciting stuff now, because this is it. This is game time. We're all here not to just get some ideas again. We're all here to max out. We're here to just get this 90-day game plan going. And I have to tell you, I am super excited to relaunch my own business. I can't wait to see where I'm going to be in 90 days, and I can't wait to see where everybody else sitting in this room, watching at home, and that's getting ready to launch tomorrow is going to be in 90 days. So this is it. We are all aboard the Hot Mess Express, as said. It's time to get dirty, messy, dive in, go in there 100%. And I'm just going to kind of take a second to draw something here. And this might help. I know we've got some people in there on the street here today. But hopefully I can draw a bit better than I did yesterday. But if we have, the tree over here, and we have an airplane. No, there we go. Okay. We have an airplane ready to take off. Okay. That's right. You don't have to draw to do this business. But, what's it going to take for this plane to get over this tree? Lift. Yes, it's going to take throttle. Anybody else have ideas?
How much throttle?
It's going to be, how much do you think, people? Kellyanne? How much throttle is it going to take to get over? 4 knots. Okay, there we go. Kellyanne's got the technical terms, but it is. It's 100% throttle to get over this. It's not going to get over if we're at 20%, 80%, 60%, right? It's full throttle for the runway. The plane doesn't start in Mississauga at, the way west end, bordering on Oakville, to take off at the other end in Toronto. It's a short period of runway for that plane to take off. And then it gets to 100%, and over the tree it goes, right? It takes off, boom, here we go. But once we've taken off and we're at the tree, do we have to stay at 100%? And does the pilot keep it at 100% the whole flight? No. Right? We start to level out. We start to maintain. We start to just, okay, let's keep the plane going now. We don't need to be at 100%. And that's what we're talking about here today. We're talking about a period of time of going 100% full throttle. Okay? It's not 90%. 90% is not going to take us over the tree, and it's not going to take us to max out. Right? It's going to take us further, sure, but it's not going to be the whole thing. And, for some people, this is going to be scary. For some people, it's like, really, what am I going to be like in 90 days? It's scary to say you're going to play at 100% because, what if you don't quite reach your goal? Or what if, you have to say no to somebody? Heaven forbid that, right? That you have to say no to some other obligation because you're committed to this 90-day plan, right? This is really important to understand, that we have to create momentum. We have to create liftoff, and this is what we're doing with this 90-day plan, okay? So the first phase of the plan is really about getting started, and how we get started is a whole bunch of steps that we're going to outline right now, okay? And one of them is going to be using social media, right? We need leads. We need people, right? In fact, we need 100 names to get this thing going off the ground, right? And, I'm just going to take 2 seconds to talk about leads, because what I find a lot is that people will say things like, I don't know where to find people, I don't know who to talk to, I don't know, I don't know where, how come people have names to call and things like that. You really have to, and this is part of the homework, you have to think of 2 to 3 at least lead sources to generate to funnel into your business, okay? Whether that's, you're good at, my husband Alistair's great at talking to people wherever he is. He can be at the gym and he just chats up a conversation with people. He has that, charming personality to create leads that way. Some people are really great at creating leads on Facebook. They're really great at creating leads on LinkedIn. They're great at, they have a huge network and it's tapping into your network. So it's time to think about, where do I get leads, and creating the 100 names. Because of those 100 names, we're going to book, like the numbers kind of show, 60 to 70 appointments to talk about this, right? So it's not, it's not 100 people that we're connecting with to just start reaching out to. Hey, how's it going? I haven't chatted with you for 5 years. That's great, but that's part of just starting things up. We're talking about 100 people that you can make the call to say, I'd like to talk to you about something that's going on. I've got a new project I'm starting. I've got something I really want to share and be excited about you. From those 60 to 70 appointments, we're going to enroll on average about 20 to 30 people. And if we follow the systems and use the skills that we've been talking about this morning, is of those 20 people, if we follow the 8 steps to success, 10 should be wanting to share the products, and in that case we should be able to create 10 consultants. Okay? And that is really what we're looking to do, and we're all doing that. We're all trying to reset ourselves and go to that executive position again. So what are we going to do really in the next 24 hours? Because it's game time, and game time starts tomorrow. Okay, so what do we have to do tonight, this afternoon, to get ready for this? Okay, so the one thing is we have to create a clearing, right? And that's an office space. That's an area to work. You might not in your home have a designated room that's considered your office, but you need to create space. I personally don't have a room that's dedicated to my office, but I do have a whole area that I have carved out for myself that has a desk, it has a computer, it has a phone, it has my writing utensils, it has my boards up so I can know exactly what's going on with my team, who I'm plans coaching at the moment, what my goals are, what's my vision. So every time I'm on the call with somebody, I can look over and I know, you know what, I'm making this call for that vision. My family, the people that mean something to me, that why, what's driving me. You got to look at it all the time. It's front and center, because we're all going to get discouraged at times during this 90 days, right? We're going to get the no's. Hey, I want the no's, because you know what? That brings the yeses, right? And the move on to other people who are not interested. And so we've got to create that. So let's create the clearing. We need the whiteboards, day planners. A calculator is a great thing to have handy. You mentioned it. Let's get a price list. Maybe we don't use the price list that Isagenix gives us. Maybe you take a couple minutes today and you figure out what it's going to cost to have it come to the person's door. So you don't run into these things. It's about being prepared now. So you can give the information that you need to give to people. So let's create that space in our house wherever that's really going to be. Next, we have to set the hours of operation. We have to set the hours. And I think when we're really setting the hours of operation, Susan Sly made a good point. It's not for everybody else, it's for you. Right? It's for you. Because one thing is when you set up a schedule and you set the hours of operation, you're more likely to actually fulfill those hours, because you've committed, you've put it out into the world. And it also shows that you value your time. Here's when I'm available for people, right? And if we're part-time, we're looking at about 2 to 4 hours a day, and if we're full-time, 6 to 8 hours. So let's get these posted, right? It should be on your voicemail, should be on your email signature. People need to know what your hours are. Re-cleanse, right? We got to be a product of the product. We have to be the people that are the billboards that are walking and talking and do the things. So let's re-cleanse. And for a lot of people, that's going to be tomorrow. The start of this is to re-cleanse. How powerful to all jump off together. The next thing is we want to identify our goal. And this, in the phase 1, creating a solid foundation, there's a chart at the bottom which was really great because it goes over the cycles, the revenue, the ranks. And so it's taking a bit of time today to really, set the goals of everything. And I do want to show, right here, there is this check that's available in the package as well. So it's taking this check, cutting it out. We're all here to max out today, so that's really our goal, So, it's putting, the amount, $700,000, to ourselves, putting a date up there and getting them posted around your house. I do have my goals. I have my goals posted probably in 15 different places in my house. It's on my dashboard in my car. It's at my office. I am always looking at what my goals are because I want to keep that front and center. I want to keep it top of mind. As Mike mentioned earlier, let's get our long distance plan, right? That really shouldn't be an excuse to not be able to get on a call or to be able to do your business because you're worried about, I got to call after 11, I got to do this, I better not call the States. We've got to look into making sure we have a long distance plan and Skype. If you don't have Skype yet.
100% deductible too. Business.
Awesome, thanks Mike. Yes, that's right. So there shouldn't be any reason, and like Mike said, it's $20 unlimited North America calling, so we shouldn't really have an issue with that. And making sure we're on Facebook. These people made a great comment. There's lots of people that say, I don't want to be on Facebook. I don't want to do Facebook. I don't want to put my life out there. I don't want to, I want to keep everything a secret. And to me, that's not really going to attract people or the people you want to your business if your whole life is kind of a secret. And it doesn't mean you have to give your whole life on Facebook, but it's a great tool to connect with people, keep in contact with yourself, your team, everything. Keep organized, and there's lots of great groups that you want to put people in. You don't need to be the one to answer every question. And, that's certainly something that I've really, had to manage because as a chiropractor and, somebody's done a lot of nutrition, then people always want to come to you all the time for answers, and I want to give them, but I also want to empower my team to find the answers and to find where to look, and also to empower everybody to talk to people that might be going through the same thing, and that's what Facebook can really do. Next, we want to have some sort of contact management system. I use the Notepad. That's my buddy. I put the person I'm prospecting at the top, their key information, phone number, email address, what do I know about them already, and then every time I talk to them, I put a note on that page. I know every time I've talked to them what I've talked about, what's going on, where they're at, the status, everything else. Susan made a great one last time with the recipe card box. So you have cue cards to carry them around with you. You can put their phone number, email, name, any info on them on the cue card or recipe card thing. Then you have 1 to 31 for the dates. And so if you're talking to, Kellyanne, and she says, yeah, you know what, I'll be able to look at the information on Thursday, you could put that cue card in for Thursday. And I got to call this person on Thursday. So it's a great way to keep track of who are you supposed to be calling, who's got to be on that top of mind that day. So that's a great system as well. So having your system, because you don't want to be, this is go time. I love computers. I'm not computer savvy, so I don't put things on computers, but they sometimes crash. They sometimes don't work. And also it's a lot of fooling around to then have to transfer everything into spreadsheets, Google this, do that. It's like, let's just keep things simple for the next 90 days. Simple, manageable, easy, right? So figure out today, how are you going to be keeping control of your contacts, keeping things organized for this. We want to review the videos. Tina talked about that. Let's get on iSaMovie. Let's know what is being shown in each video. Okay? If you're apprehensive to have somebody look at a video, they're not going to look at it. And if you don't even know what's on the video, especially since some of them have changed, and they start talking about it, it's not going to be very professional. When they say something and you're like, oh, I didn't know that was in it, or you don't have the right answer for them. So it's taking time today to really review the videos. Mike?
Oh, just stretching.
Okay. But just to review the videos and make sure you know what's going on with everything. The list of 100 names, which we talked about, we're all ready to go consultant. Let's put it out there that we're going consultant this week, all of us, right? Let's get going, okay? We want to mark everything on our calendar, mark our major events, right? So if we're going manager, it's really 30 days from today. Right, so let's get that in. That is going to be March 24th when we're going director, right? Let's get that date in. Let's get executive into the books so we're all on the same page. Let's mark in ICU in March. Let's mark in the next Super Saturdays celebration. We all should have our tickets. We all should be going. Mark in the calendar of all the events and start the planning now. We're all going on this executive run, so we're committed. One of the things that I did is I printed out that executive sheet again, which is part of this package that we all got, and it's sitting right on my desk. So I'm ready to start putting my names in of my new executive team. Right? So it's getting into that executive front. So how much time are we spending? Well, if we're part-time, we're looking at 4 hours. How are we divvying it up? Personal prospecting, 1.5 hours. Okay, so that would be our own prospecting. Prospecting with your team, 1.5 hours, right? So that could be 3-way calls, doing launch parties, doing, quick tens with people. That's 1.5 hours, and admin is 1 hour. It's going to be hard for a lot of people. The admin is 1 hour, right? Lots of people spend a lot more time on that admin component of things, and we're going to rein that in for right now. If you're full-time, it's really double, right? So personal prospecting, 2.5 hours, prospecting with your team, 2.5, admin, 1.5 hours, and open prospecting, there's a bit more time for this, right, if you're full-time. Because you're doing launch parties, webinars, calls, an extra 1.5 hours to kind of put towards that, those objectives. And so that's what we all have to get done in the next 24 hours. So who's committed to doing this in the next 24 hours? Awesome. And it's with great excitement that I get to bring Janie over. She is going to share with us phase 2. And rock it.
All right, so phase 1, pretty easy, right? Just getting yourself organized. I'm sure as she went through that list, there's probably a couple things already on there that, I've got Skype, I've got long distance. So it's some things that you can do in the next, the rest of the day, right? Take the time to do it. The other piece that I just really want to add in is you need to make the clearing with your family or whoever you spend a lot of time with and say, listen, for the next 90 days, I am going to be a hot, sweaty mess. I may not look pretty, because I'm focused. I'm focused on getting us to this plan, right? And with kids, it's really important. And I just find I'm going to cry because I have an amazing husband, but I have even better kids. Sorry, honey, if you're watching. But because yesterday was a full day. I left, as I was leaving, my daughter's like, Mommy, do you have to miss another day? And I'm like, honey, our goal, because I've already cleared it with them. Mm-hmm. We've made the 90-day clearing with our family. They know I'm going to be busy, and they know I'm going to be missing some games, but they also know we're going to be celebrating. And so we've set a goal going to Maui when we max out. And so they're on board, right? They get that. And so today, again, they saw me get up, leave, not being around today. But I got a text from my husband, and he said, did you look in your bag? And so I opened my bag. And I just want to read you a little bit of the note, because this is how powerful it is, by clearing it with the people you love and the people that are going to support you. Because if you don't have the support, you're going to have wall-kicking moments in this next phase that I'm going to talk about. And if you don't have the support of the people around you, it's going to be a lot tougher, right? So if it's, get the support from the family that you spend the time with. But if that's not there, if your spouse isn't on board with you 100% right now, then you need to lock arms with your team. And you need to tell them that, so that when you have those wall-kicking moments, you can grab them and say, listen, I'm getting some stress at home, I'm having a few no's, help me out. But let me just read you this. I got a note from both my son and my daughter. And this is my son. And he says, Dear Mom, I hope you do well today, but most importantly, have fun. I really think you're good at what you do. Train hard, serve big, love large, and live out loud. I love you so much. And then my daughter, Dear Mom, I hope you do well today. I miss you already, and I hope you do great. I love you so much. So, things like that, when I leave the house and I know that, okay, I'm missing, a half a day, but I'm spending it with team because I want you guys to be able to have that freedom with your family to say, hey, when we max out, we're going to Bali or Maui or wherever you want to go. So really create that clearing. Because this next phase, you are going to be a big, hot, sweaty mess. Mm-hmm. And that's really, just to lay it out, the first phase, which is 24 hours, so when it's your team that is coming on board with you, creating that solid foundation, creating that clearing, going through the things that Dr. Michelle just talked about. The second part is building your team. This is really where you have to roll up your sleeves, and this is where the work is. But this is where the fun is, okay? And that's the 90-day component, is the second phase. It can go a lot faster if you get it done sooner, but you want to commit to that for the 90 days. And then developing your 3 stars. So to max out, remember we talked about 3 stars on one team and 6 3-stars on the other team. That is a solid residual income of $700,000 for life, right? That's where we're all shooting towards. All right, so What does phase 2 look like? Looks pretty good. All right, so what that means, and Dr. Michelle already talked about it, if you're part-time, you really want to be prospecting. Actually, you know what, Mike? I think that that personal prospecting, you have to put it in. That's when you're making the calls. That's when you're saying, hey, I'm embarking on this amazing project, and I thought of you because you're an entrepreneur. Do you have a few minutes when we can set some time up where I can show you what I'm about to do? Right? You're making those calls. You're prospecting with your team, really, really key. You're doing those 3-ways. You're doing those launch parties, those presentations with your team to help them get to consulting and go beyond. And then again, that admin time, the emails, the recognition calls, checking Facebook, all that good stuff. And full-time, you're going to up the ante, right? You're putting in some more time. You've got that. So this is all in the booklet, I believe. So as I said, the first part of this is picking up that phone, right? This is a belly-to-belly business. If you connect with someone on Facebook, you want to get them offline and onto a phone call or on a one-on-one meeting as soon as possible. It's really key. Setting your appointments, right? Like I just said, I'm embarking on this great project and I want to partner with you. Let's set some time so I can show you some information. And that's really what we're doing. We're wanting them to look, right? We're wanting them to look. The third one is following up, and we talked about that within 12 to 24 hours. Make sure you set that appointment and follow up with them. Launch parties, right? Launch parties is a great way to show this to a lot of people at once. It's a great time management skill, right? And it's fun. People get excited when they hear stories and they can see and they can, really taste some products and really put it into their hands. So how many launch parties, if it's a 90-day, that's 3 months, right? Takes us to May 24th. How many launch parties do you think you could commit to in in this time period? Throw out some numbers.
1 a week. 1 a week.
1 a week. 1 a week is a great number. And that means 1 a week ourselves, or maybe you go and help a team member, or you can be Skyped in, right? Lots of people leaders are saying, hey, I'd love to be, at Katie's, I'd love to be at Kellyanne's, I'd love to be at Leanne's. I can't physically be in 3 different places, but what I can do is I can jump on the phone or on Skype with your group and just share my story. Right? And then jump off and get onto another call. You have to be thinking, if you are going to be connecting with 100 people and these, and really going fast, how do you use your time effectively? Use technology. Yes, Leanne.
Can I just add something?
Yes.
I know for our team, we're actually we're cross-connecting with other leaders. So on Monday, we're hosting events where, even though they're not financially linked to us, they're going to that location, and together we are doing launch parties Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and then the power of other leaders bringing their cleansers and business builders and sharing their stories. So this doesn't just have to be exclusive to you. The power of really linking arms with other leaders is really to benefit your team.
Mm-hmm. And that's a great point. So that, on Monday, if you connect with someone and, that launch party is tonight and they just physically can't make it, but someone else has one Thursday, hey, one of my business partners is having one on Thursday, one of my colleagues. So great point, Leanne. Co-creating consultants, right? This is where the goal is of phase 2. The goal is to co-create 10 consultants. So to help 10 people get their products paid for, right? And with that, you want to help those 10 people earn 1 cycle a week. How many people in the room have earned a cycle a week? Yeah. Was it hard? No. Is it something that you could teach someone else to do? Absolutely. And what's the statistics? Why do we want someone to be earning 1 cycle a week?
95% retention.
Can you say that a bit louder, Peter?
95% retention.
That's right, 95% retention rate. So someone will stay on the program, stay on the products if they're earning 1 cycle a week. That equates to $2,800 a year in residual income. That'd be a great little vacation. Paying for, paying off your credit card, paying off some debt, that's, getting some great new boots. Whatever people, there's a lot of things people can do with $2,800. A couple pairs, I got that. Cheap. All right. And so the ultimate goal is helping those 10 people to earn 1 cycle a week. Okay? This isn't difficult. The systems that we trained you on this morning are going to allow you to help people earn that 1 cycle a week. Okay? And if you think about it, when we talk about maxing out, so maxing out is 250 cycles a week, $700,000 a year, right? But we step it there. We get there in steps. So by helping 10 people cycle one time a week, you yourself are going to earn 10 cycles a week, right? That's pretty good money. And so if you can help 10 people earn 2 cycles a week, you jump up to 2-star. And if you can help 10 people 4 times, that's 40 cycles a week. That's 3-star, which is $100,000 a year, right? That's what your goal is to max out. You want to help 6 people on one side and 3 people on the other side get to 3-star. That's a solid residual income, $700,000 a year. I could do okay with that. I think we all could. All right, so some tips. In the back office, we all have access to our business blueprint. That is going to allow you to see what's happening in your team, who's enrolling, who's 1 away from becoming a consultant. There's a lot of great information in there, so you want to be looking at that every single day. Once you are a 2-star, you actually get access to your top cycler report, and that can help you to identify, okay, who's close to going 2-star? Who can I help to really get them to help 10 of their people earn another cycle so that they can rank advanced? And again, back to the #1 point, get people cycling once a week, every week, after week, after week, and celebrate those cycles, right? So many people on the team, will say, oh, I'm only cycling once a week. That's, really think about it, $2,800 a week, a year, right? It's where you start. That's really what we need to celebrate and be proud of. There are so many people in this world that want what we have. You have to have the confidence in that this is the starting point. 1 cycle a week pays for your products. It's huge. You're eating for free. It's amazing. And remember, if you can help someone cycle once a week, every week, and then teach them how to do the same thing, that's where your success comes in, right? I didn't get to 6-star by just being a team of 1, right? Mike and Robin, Kevin and Pam, Leanne, Christine, there's so many people on our team that I have assisted in creating this amazing income, and that's why I get paid, right? So it really has to be about the 10 people that you're partnering with, not about your cycles. Stop looking at your cycles, start looking at your team cycles. It's really, really key. And to solid max out, we really talked about that. Susan's team, our team's success, we have to have over 50 people in our team earning over $100,000 a year. There is no other team that has that kind of volume. We have absolutely, she has been so brilliant at laying out the systems. So now you guys have it. You know what you're going towards. You know what you need to do tomorrow to get started. So really, put that on your vision board. Who are going to be your 3-stars on your one team and who are going to be the 6-stars on your other team? And they don't have to be personally enrolled, right? Who knows where they are? They're probably already in your team. You just need to pull them up and help them. Show them the system that we're learning today. So Michelle did a great job at drawing her little airplane here. And just to really, this phase that we're going to, phase 2, is really the drive, right? That's the metal to the pedal to the metal. And, once you get over that tree, that's when you pull it back, right? You can say, okay, I've got a little bit more time to breathe now. I can, but you have to realize that this is such an intense time and just realize I got to pull up my bootstraps and I'm going to get to work and I'm going to get to work with my team and I'm going to help them in this short period of time to see massive results. And then you can let it off and you can celebrate and still support your team, but you're not driving as hard, right? 6 days a week. Right? I want everyone to take a break on the 7th day, whenever that might be. All right, so with that, I'm going to pass it back to our handsome male trainer of the day, Mr. Michael Dallaire.
No, wasn't that great? With Janie and Michelle, Tina, Peter. I really want to say something. I'm really excited about this next 9 days because we talked about the skills. But first of all, I really want to thank, Jeannie, Tina, Michelle, Peter, because they also spent the whole day away from their families, like Janie was saying yesterday. And we were there, but this is how committed, this is how bad we want you guys to succeed, is that, you know, the fact that we're leaving our families to come back here and say, this is what we've learned. We want you guys to have this because it was only capped at 300 people. And, you know, so please give, you know, Janie, Michelle, Tina, and Peter a round of applause. Now, you know, looking at this, this is what we really want to get. Now, I want to thank you, most of all, for taking the time out of your day, thanking the people back at home for tuning in. But this is what we talk when we talk about the skill set. And we talk about the next phase one. Phase one is exactly what Michelle and Janie were talking about. This is where we're going to launch. This is where we're going full throttle for the next 90 days. It's like almost like a massive, it's like a recruiting. How many people can we bring into our team, and how many people can we help, you know, get a rebate, start earning a bit of money, and then, you know, how many people are going to want to join you in this business and lock arms? You don't do this alone. There's no I in team. I can guarantee you that. This is a team sport, and so that's what you really, if I can encourage you and you're thinking, who's on my list of people, who is it that you really want to partner with? You know, think of those people who are driven, motivated, successful. Maybe that, you know, some people that you know are just dying. I don't want to go back to work. I'm a young mom. I want more. Because you have something that can help them design their own life. It's not your responsibility to design their life, but you've got something in the palm of your hands, honestly, an opportunity that can radically change the quality of people's lives. So get out there and share this with them. Ask them. Let them know. You know, I'm on my way. Even if you're not making six figures, if people are going, wow, that's pretty out there, you're damn right. There's not a person in this room who can't earn six figures in the next year. If you're willing to get focused, committed, and really tie into this system. There's no difference between anybody in this room and Janie, who's earning an incredible six-figure income, Dr. Michelle, ourselves, nothing. We just plugged into the system and followed leaders who already broke trail. You know, keep it simple and tie in. We want you guys to succeed. We want you guys to absolutely kick butt and just design the most incredible life. You know, so, but it's up to you. You've got to make that choice. Everything's a choice. Every day you wake up in the morning, your attitude's a choice. What are you going to do? You know, so keep those negative people out of your life. Tie into the people that are going to absolutely empower you, the motors, you know, in your life, not the anchors. Because, you know, if I could be really candid, and I apologize, you know, the only people that, you know, the people who are going to hold you back are the people who are too afraid to actually step out and try to change their life. So when you know, right now, look at this room. Everybody gave up a big part of their day, and for what? Now let's just go make it happen. If all of a sudden your beliefs starting to take a shot, then tie into some of the key leaders and find out, because I'll guarantee you, we've had those wall-kicking days. You just don't hear about them. I'll share them with you. You'll never know when I'm having a wall-kicking day, because in corporate world, crap always rolled downhill, right? You always knew when your boss was having a bad day because you got it. That's what I love about this business. You know what? Your job, if you're having a tough day, is to take that crap uphill now. Because we want to know when you're having it, because we can help you get through it. We've been there, if that makes sense, right? So I'm going to tell you once again, we want to thank you so much for coming out and dedicating your time to this. We want you to succeed, tie in. We're also going to be creating some modules and some training for this, so that we're going to have online webinars. This just came out yesterday, so, you know, I apologize for the people at home. You know, we've done our best to put it together, but I think we've got a lot of great information. Once again, I want to thank the amazing trainers and Peter for once again stepping up and thanking you. So make it an awesome day, and look forward to hearing how things are going. Thank you so much.